I'm going to record just so I get this out there. I want you to understand that there are 2 doors we just unlocked, and that means we might actually spend the entire second shift just doing it. On YouTube, you'll be able to tell. I here, at this point in time, do not know the truth. Because I can't see the future that well. But, like, oh my god. Okay. I can do this. I have the power to play Command and Conquer music. Actually, do I have any Command and Conquer music? That's a good question. Laura, just play the game. No! No! You can't make me! You can't make me! Oh, God. Oh, God. Okay, so I've been thinking about this. I do want to talk about this because I mentioned last night I spent about an hour sitting down really processing and typing up my thoughts on the document. And anybody who's watched those documents for any part of the last like 2 or so years knows that I've been trying to be much more verbose. I've basically developed a style of writing for the actual notes to try and make it a little bit easier to parse for people after the fact, people who see it on the website and people who see it live. It's supposed to be kind of in order. Like the beginning is usually stuff that's like system stuff or universal stuff, and then it kind of just goes in order as we're going through. And that's true on all 4 axes and blah blah blah. And I like to reference other things. I've got like that dot to convey things that cross negatives or positive stuff like that. We also have the capital P problem, all kinds of stuff. But for those of you who don't read all that, first of all, I'm hurt. But for those of you who are TLDR, the doors suck. I could be a dick right now and just say that. And if anybody wants more detail, they could go read the document. I'm not going to do that to you, for real. Let me try to process this a little bit. I need food too. All the time. No, for real though. Let's get some good like ambiance music, shall we? So the biggest problem isn't really the cutscenes themselves in the strictest sense of the word. It's the fact that most of the cutscenes aren't very good. Oh, they're not terrible. There's still some interesting moments here and there. There have absolutely been some positives I've given for several of these door sequences, right? And as I've mentioned before, the boss design is weirdly good throughout the course of this. But the fact is that the cutscenes are, I would say, average to below average. Green, to use my own color scale, right? So that's, under normal circumstances, would be fine. It'd probably be the kind of thing I wouldn't give a positive or a negative for. It's just there. It's fine. But the problem is, the capital P problem, is everything related to that. Think about this. One of the things we've been doing since yesterday is doing doors as they unlock. Now, I sort of assumed that I was wrong, and what would happen is the pacing of it would be gameplay, gameplay, door. Instead, what it is so far is door, tiny snippet of gameplay, like 20 minutes of main game, which then leads us to unlock someone. The moment we unlock someone, we get access to another door. The doors have actually been the bulk of the time spent. We are actually taking breaks from doors to go do anything else. That's actually the correct direction there, right? Yeah, more than one. We just got Estelle, which meant we actually unlocked 2 doors for this particular sequence. So, the bulk of the time is spent on the doors. And so it's not... These need to pop, right? These need to be very good. Not merely good. Not merely acceptable. These need to pop. One of the things that I felt works about Final Fantasy XIV's modern approach to its gameplay and story pacing is that most of the story pops, right? Yes, even Dawntrail. Well, I had complaints about Dawntrail, but I was still pretty solidly net positive about it. And this is especially true when they were really firing on all pistons, like in Shadowbringers and in Endwalker. If you're going to have, you know, cutscene, they need to pop, because otherwise it's going to feel worse than it actually is because of the fact that you're not doing anything else. Nothing else is really distracting you from it. Nothing else is pulling you away from it. You have nothing to do but to endure the bad. Excuse me, that's not true. To endure the average. And enduring average pulls it down to bad, right? Imagine a book you have to read for school, right? Like it's your assignment. Read this book. And it's not a particularly bad book. But what it actually is long. This is like some 800-page chonker of doom, right? And so you go through it, and at first you're just like, okay, whatever. But the more you go through it, the more it drags on you, because, and this is the thing, this is actually true in my own review system as well, but this is true just in terms of reality. Length can be a multiplier, right? Bad becomes awful when you have to endure it for a long period of time, right? This is also why good can become great if you have it for a long period of time, and so forth and so on. Because it's a multiplier. It's something that just magnifies what you're going through. Now, there have been some really legit things. The Chloe one is a good example, for example. But yeah, like this is just oh. So to answer you, Bladeable, I can tell that you haven't been checking the document. No judgment. Because I've actually already jotted it down as a capital P problem in the document. Starting as of story -13 and gameplay -19. Because I think this problem crosses both branches. Forgive me. This has been something that's been on my chest as I've been pushing through this, and I don't know what else to say. I feel bad. I never like giving a game negatives, despite what some people might think. So let's go play Super Metroid instead. No? Okay. I've been putting thought into labeling problems a little bit differently. To my eye, it's very obvious, because you see, like, if you just glance at the document, 13 down to about 16, it's effectively one essay, right? It's one section, one page of text, because that's the capital P problem. But I've been debating presenting it in some other way. I'll have to think about that, because that would involve going back and more work, and I love having more work. Can I be honest really, really quick? Super quick. Like, my mind is hesitating going back to the game. Like, it's just like, I don't know how to explain it. I've really, like, my brain is just going, eh. So I'm going to do something really strange. And I hope you'll forgive me for it. Yeah, exactly, Mook. No, that's a great way to put it. That's exactly how it feels. I feel like I'm just sitting here, hesitating before jumping into a pool. So I'm just going to do a really, really quick palate cleanser. Just really quick. I wonder how many times I've played this stage in my life. It's gotta be into the thousands range, right? I've been playing this game and this stage since 80 whatever, right? Yeah, no, this is throwing me. I know that it's not linear. I know that not every sequel is going to be indicative of the previous games, but honestly, given the path we've followed, like, nothing's changed. Right? It's not like Falcom has been taken over by a new studio and is under some publisher's tyrannical dictates. It's not like, you know, this is a new, unproven team who doesn't know what they're doing with the IP. It's not like this is something that ran out of time and budget. This is the game they wanted to make. Oh, wow. I can't believe I missed that jump. So what the hell is going on with it? Like, I am honestly confused. That's how they could go from second chapter to this nonsense. And by this, I obviously don't mean Metal Man. Like, I guess it's not out of bounds. It kind of is. I could say the same thing about several other IPs as well. No, I can't blindfold Mega Man 2. It's actually more or less impossible to blindfold Mega Man 2. There's no audio indicators of movement. The reason most games can be blindfolded is they either have no movement at all, like Punch-Out, or they have indicators. So, like, for example, in Ocarina of Time, you could swing your sword, and you can tell based on the sound effect of the sword swing where you are. Make sense? Here, just one last thing, really quick. I love this song. Okay. Whoops. Ah! Sorry, this game has like the inverse controls of the Trails series, so I'm hitting the wrong buttons here. Oh yeah, Faucet Man! Check that out. Yeah, I was gonna say, Falcom strikes me as a company that would churn through people. And to be very clear, I don't mean that as a good thing. Okay, I feel better. I feel better. Thank you for the indulgence. The first game, period, across all of gaming that I would consider good. It might actually be Mega Man 2. Legitimately, like that might actually be the answer to that. I haven't reviewed Tetris yet, so that might win that. But honestly, Mario 1, as much as I hold it up on a massive pedestal of historical significance, not that great of a game. You know? And Mario 2 obviously has its own issues. Yeah, 88 is pretty early on in the pipeline, relatively speaking. Mario 1 was near zero, and that's impressive, legitimately. It is. There's a reason it's so influential. Haha, Mook. But I don't know, like Tetris might beat that, legitimately. But I'm not sure what else, because like think about it for a second. What do you got in that early? We've got Ys, we've got like Final Fantasy 1 NES. Yeah, we got Pong, we got Zork, we've got the old Ultimas, the old Might and Magics, the old Wizardries. I struggle to think of a game that I think would like break the 20 plus range before Mega Man 2. Yeah, Zelda 1, which like we have a bunch of influential games before 88, but good games? That's a weird thought. What's the first good game? If Mario 3 predates Mega Man 2, then Mario 3 takes that. Like, just I know I'm not as positive about Mario 3 as some people, but Mario 3 is a good freaking game, so that counts, right? Contra. I haven't reviewed Contra. It's going to be part of the NES block. Hmm. That is a fascinating question. Hi, Morgan. I realize I'm just sitting here talking about these questions and still not playing the freaking game. Okay. Let's do it. Let's do it. Uh-oh. That's a new problem. Okay, let's save. Let's restart the game. My controller stopped working. And obviously my control is working because you just saw me playing Mega Man. For those of you here to watch Trails of the Sky, I apologize for the Mega Man interlude. In my defense, that interlude we just did is shorter than any cutscene in this game! Any door cutscene. I'm not joking. Like right there. It was 16 minutes. As of now. I wasn't playing that for 16 minutes. That level's trash! Okay, come on. I have a functional controller. Yeah, no, I it's not really jokingly earlier said we might just be doing these 2 doors we just unlocked today. And that's gonna be it. Okay, we're back. Okay. When did Dragon Quest 1 come out? Because Dragon Quest 1 is another close to zero game, right? Like, it has its issues almost entirely in the outro, but it was weirdly legit for the time. Hell, no, scratch that. It's weirdly legit. Now, I think I mentioned this last year. I started a, here's the history of RPG series with a friend of mine, with the Lorani, actually. And I had them play Dragon Quest 1. They never played Dragon Quest 1, right? Ever. And they were actually getting into it. And it's easy to see why. It's a very, very simple game, but its loop is intuitive and easy to understand, and there is measurable progress. And this is critical, it's short. I know that sounds like a strange benefit, but really think about it for a second. For the lack of depth that Dragon Quest 1 has, it being short is to its advantage, because it's over by the time you're tired of it, right? It doesn't run into Dragon Age 2 syndrome, put very simply. Yeah, no kidding, Easel. Like, Dragon Quest 1 was weirdly well-designed. The pixel remasters will almost assuredly be net positive. All of them. Even FF2, which is a game I'm rather famously not a big fan of. There's just too many quality of life features and too many revamps of design decisions that are either going to remove negatives or add positives, or both. But FF1 on the NES? I agree with Blade Chaval. FF1 on the NES is probably going to be net negative. I've played FF1 on the NES. I've beaten FF1 on the NES. That is not going to be a great game. Yes, I know I'm still delaying. No, I'm not going to stop delaying. I need to decide what system I'm going to buy tactics on. All right. See, the other thing here. Sorry. I swear I'll actually get to the end. I need to give this its own negative. I just realized this. I do. I'm not sure what category to put this under. I feel like this is a gameplay thing. Hear me out for a second. The fact that the Tita cutscene, which I remind you, was not only a bad cutscene, but it was a cutscene. No gameplay, no asterisks, no nothing. Just one uninterrupted cutscene for 40 minutes, right? 44 minutes. That was the first one. It was the mandatory one. That was our tutorial for the doors. More than anything else in this system, I guarantee you, if I was playing this, like, individually or whatever, that would be the thing that would make me not do the other doors. If that's the indicative, if that's the tutorial for doors, I ain't touching this crap. In fact, if you're paying attention, that was sort of our approach for a bit there. I didn't even realize I was doing it because it was so naturally for me to be like, oh, okay, we're just going to move that off to the side. And then I realized, like, hang on, wait, I need to actually do the doors. I feel like that's a gameplay thing, and I feel like that's an intro thing. So let's put that here. Yeah, they got to get that runtime in. Got to get the time wasting in. Yeah, intro. Yeah, I agree. Okay. Yeah, we need Persona 6 to be even longer than Persona 5. Okay, let's get the timer. Whoops. Shoot. No! Timer! No! No, don't. There we go. 40 hours! Ugh. People are dumb. Sorry. I don't mean to tell your friend that they're dumb, Tara. I meant to tell them that they're moronic. All right. No gameplay. Hello there. There's no need to be so afraid. I am but a humble magician. I will heal your broken heart for you. But of course I am compensated. Joshua, you okay? Your temperature's gone up again. Stay still. Where's a towel? Where's a towel? Wait a sec, okay? I'll be back with some water. Karen, I'm... Alright, I want y'all to play a game with me, okay? One of the things I gave a negative to the Shara one, specifically, was that no new information was conveyed, right? So, do we think any new information will be conveyed here? Cheery voice. It's supposed to be hurt and resting, not out wandering around. Hey, I want to see toxic lore. I don't actually think I'm capable anymore. That could be negative lore. Even this game, which has definitely earned my ire, is not a game I'm taking the baseball bat to. You want to take a baseball bat to a game. Wait till we get to third birthday. So, his temperature went down, he was moaning in his sleep, she was worried about it. Did I say anything? Huh? Forget I asked. Hi, Zara. Feeling better? You want to play together? It's been pretty boring to sleep all the time. I know it's boring for me when I'm stuck in bed with a fever. I hate not having anything to do. Oh, but you probably shouldn't be running around with your foot all messed up. I use tag and kick the can won't work. If you want to play, play by yourself. Just stay away from me. It's probably going to get dangerous here soon. I'm grateful to you for taking care of me. Passed it on to Cassius Bright, too. No gloomy faces allowed. Yeah. When you're feeling down, the best thing to do is to do something you enjoy. That'll pick you right up. Wait here, okay? I'll bring you stuff you really like. Pinky swear, bye. Actually, I'm curious how Echo's going to review Before the Machine. You know I'm going to take a baseball bat to the machine. Nobody likes the machine. Speedrunners hate the machine. I have witnessed a speedrunner playing Echo and forgetting one turn in the machine and dying from it. He lost a run to that. He was on a header. Or a heater. I actually forget what the terminology is there. It's bound to happen eventually. I've got 2 or 3 days at most before they find this place. 2 or 3 days. Joshua, hi. Here you go, present from me. Cheer up. It's a couple of roly-polies. What is she doing? Aren't they cute? They curl up if you poke them. I'm fine, thanks. What? How come? They're so cute. That's because I don't. Also, stop coming over here. Stay away from me. So you want another kind of bug, huh? That was what I was trying to say. Hold on, I know lots of bugs. How about this? It's a dragonfly. I don't want one of these yet. How did you catch a dragonfly? Amalgam monitor lizard. What? You're one tough cookie. This is about what I like. I don't want any kind of bug or lizard or anything you have to offer me. This one's my favorite too. What's wrong with you? Nope. Read the better. This one's my favorite too. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? I'm feeling more and more like there's something I'm missing here. Sit down for a minute. I got a serious question to ask. Sitting. What kind of bugs do you like? Big ones? Pretty ones? Ones with lots of legs? Ones with long feelers? Ones with shells? Wings? Webbed feet? I don't want any bugs at all. What? I'm gonna have to plot all the stops. I need something so surprising you'll change your mind. Don't move a muscle. I'll find something. I will. She sure likes bugs, doesn't he? Yeah, I like that camera pan thing there. Oh my god. No, I can't let this get me down. Not without sad, Joshua looks down. He's in so much pain and he can't move around or do anything fun. Which means I gotta find him the ultimate bug to cheer him up. Oh, it's back! You get back here! So quiet here. Even after all I've been through, this is the first time I've been in a situation like this. Joshua! Hey, look at this one's face. How many times do I have to tell you I don't want any bugs before it gets through? Are you even listening? Look, though, I hereby name this the human moth, because the pattern on its wings looked like a human face. I knew it. I knew this would surprise you. Except it didn't. I knew my efforts would pay off big time. Next time I'm bringing something even more awesome. Yes! Whee! She's so obnoxious. Time to eat spaghetti the wrong way. Push-ups. Joshua. Oh, great. She's back. Into the water. And that's when... No, Ross. No, mercy, I beg you, please. Don't make me play Echo without save states. Don't do it. What's what for? I want to splash you. Splash, splash, splash. Ugh. Ah, the water feels so nice. Oh, I know. Want to go fishing? Playing in the water's fun, but real fishing's even more fun. Let's go catch today's lunch. Come on, we're getting out. You'll catch cold if you stay in those wet clothes for too long. Is this a stocked pond? Like, it's really small. Or is this part of a river? You don't need to catch anything for me. Now I'm going to catch one for me. If I don't catch anything, I'll go without lunch. And that would suck. Would you believe I've never played Echo 2, by the way, Ross? Can you guess why? Oh, it's a dace. It's tiny. Daddy's getting this one. He probably just spent the day messing around instead of working anyway. He doesn't deserve a cool fish. What? Next one I catch is definitely mine. No, I've never owned a Genesis. So he tells his daughter nothing about what he does. Fits his profile, I suppose. Oh, it got away. Next one's not going to be so lucky, though. Hmm? No, it's nothing. It's always so bright. The greenery's hurting my eyes. Gotcha. This one's gonna be huge. Come to me, lunchy fishy. The heck? It's a baby. Sorry. You get to have a tiny fish. Second week. How many weeks are there? 87. Think she's okay? Didn't come out to shop yesterday either. Oh, they're coming to check on us. Well, this is happening. It's not like anything's happening here. Thank you for the sub, Ross. Please don't put that towards what I think you're going to do it. Don't do it, Ross. Do it. Don't do it. No! Alright, hang on. Give me a legit second here. Let me go make sure this is working. Genesis. Oh god, we've got to see every single week. We have to see one cutscene for every week. Oh, Ico. I know it's on Switch Online, but I just kind of want to make sure I have save states, you know? No reason. Really, it's just a random thing. So there's Echo. Yep, okay. Where's... If only Valerian was here. I wonder if I say their name 3 times, they'll show up. Valerian. Holy crap! That timing. Okay, so if I was going to play my incredibly legal copies of these games on the Genesis, I'm curious what the best Genesis emulator is, because I don't actually have one lined up. In fact, I don't appear to have one at all right now. It's weird. I have a Master System? No, I don't. I have nothing. Maybe BizHawk can run this? No, I'm not making excuses to stop playing this game. Shush. I've already paused the timer. Let's see if it'll let us add this. Let's try a Master System game. Just really quick. Let's just see what happens. Can you interpret that? Nope. Ah, I see the issue. So it looks like I need to rip. I could rip later. But for now... I apologize for the relative lack of noise. Let's see if this can grab this. Huh. What's a .dol file? No, like, but like, no, 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 no. I'm confused. Uh, Here, have some music. This is confusing. What? Is this just not for Windows? Is that what this is? Okay, so I've got the incredibly legal copy here. Genesis Plus GX, right? So I pull that open, and it gives me a zip, right? So I've got the zip, I pull it open, and inside the zip is no executables whatsoever. So I go in, like, for example, I go into apps, and it's boot.dol, icon.p. Oh. This isn't an emulator. That's why. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so that's not going to help at all. Well, let's try something else. Yeah, BizHawk might work, but that'll involve ripping, which I can do. Let me double check something super quick, though. Let's see, what do you recommend for the Genesis? There it is. BizHawk, of course they do. That doesn't surprise me. Oh, hang on a sec, because I have BizHawk. I didn't actually like it that much. I only picked it up because it's like the emulator for TASIC nowadays. It has a lot of features for that. I'd have to actually reach out to Valerian again on this one. There it is. Okay, that's easy enough. This actually makes sense, too. Nice and legal. Here's the real question. Does it work? I mean, it bothers me a couple of times, too, because I've got my own chat window, which, if you don't have it set, does its own random thing. Just like that up there. Oh, that's interesting. Hmm. Oh, shoot. This might not work. Let's see if we can brute force it super quick. We probably can't, but we're gonna try it. Yeah, Estelle is really tired. Like, she's just... You don't even know. She is conked right now. Promising. Oh my god, it controls so badly. It controls so badly. Oh my god. Wow. Hang on. Also, am I the only person in the world who never liked the general sound of the Genesis games? Like, there's some banger soundtracks, but, like, the instrument choice, you know? There, that's a little bit better. Honestly, it reminds me a lot of the really old DOS stuff, like Warcraft 1 era of music. Which, again, there can be some good songs, but the sound choice is just eyebrow-raising. Aw, I can't jump. There, I have jumped. Yeah, Genesis remixes tend to be bangers, because they tend to fix that little problem. Right, one moment. I'm almost done here, I swear. Let me go ahead and grab... Because this is Echo 2. Let me see if I can get Echo 1 working. Looking good. Looking good. Maybe. Maybe. There we go. Wow, isn't life idyllic here in the ocean? Oh my god, we can eat the fish. I didn't know that. You have to get them, like, right head on, too. Oh no! Aliens! Alright, we're good, we're good. Ahem. It worked. We good. Thank you for the sub, Ross. Whoa! Whoa! Whoa there. Let's not drop my fragile and literally irreplaceable controller, huh? Thank you. I will put that towards Echo 2, which, for the sake of simplicity, I'm just going to write down as Echo 2. Okay, I think I've really run into the wall and how far I can drag this out, so I suppose I should get back to the game. Jack Ritchell on Falkenstein? Because, yeah, he's been dead for a while. Yeah, he died a few years ago. I actually thought he died before then. That's what I'm thinking of. Yeah, I saw them. I saw that easel. It's like, really, guys? Really? Okay, back to the timer. Yeah, me too. I was pretty nervous they wouldn't enjoy it. She's been abducted. No. She's been attacked by the monsters in the woods and ended up experiencing a slow, drawn-out death. That's what she gets for going to the woods all the time to play. Poor Estelle. Yeah, no, my PS3 battery is basically dead. Like, I need to have this on the charger all the time, because otherwise it's not going to work. There's no wireless possible here. You're a boy! Who are you? Joshua. I got something amazing! Oh, yeah. I was informed about the PSP thing 2 moves ago, so before I moved into the house. And sure enough, I went to dig mine out of storage, and yeah, it was bulging right out of the case. I'm glad someone warned me about that. Where have you been all this time? I'm so worried about you. Who's this boy anyway? Someone you know? We've been trying to talk to him for ages now, but he won't tell us anything. He keeps telling us every we ask is none of our business. Estelle, are these your friends? Yeah, they are. Seems they're not lying about that part, though. They don't seem to have undergone any kind of training either, and their guard is virtually non-existent. It's about time they found me. It doesn't look like these two have anything to do with it. He's barely talked since we got here. Never seen him around Roland before. How do you even know him? Oh, Daddy gave him to me as a present. He's my new little brother. He is? Wow, I sure wouldn't have guessed that. Neither would I, because it doesn't make any sense. That's not how getting a little brother works, but it's true, right, Joshua? Yes, I've gotten a little brother. He's just so dreamy. Listen to what your older sister tells you. As if someone like you could be my older sister. I'm not here to be friends with you. The only reason I'm here at all is because things worked out that way. What was that? That's what Cassius Bright said, wasn't it? One more thing. Can you stop bringing me bugs? I don't know what your obsession with them is, but being too much of a meddler is just going to end up with you getting hurt. Okay. In this house, I'm the older one. Means you have to listen to what I say. She just straight up picks him up. Because, you know, she is pretty strong. Excuse me? Oh, those two get along well. You two can shut up anytime. Got you. Hi, Win. From today till forever, I'm your big sister. Can we take that back? I don't think that sentence has aged as well as you think. No backsies. Okay, well, enjoy. You weirdo. It's canon now. I should do this every single night. We should mind our own business. Joshua. It is I. Determined to sleep outside again. Not a fan of sleeping in the same room as Estelle, I take it. She's way too much of a meddler. She's also completely clueless. She's got no idea how much danger she's willingly exposing herself to. Why don't you tell her, Cassius Bright? She has a right to know. Oh, that sucks, Kennex Cow. Why do you stand by and do nothing, Kennex Cow? The room next to Estelle's has been used as a storage room for a while now, but it could be converted into a bedroom if need be. Might actually be perfect for you. I've been there a while, but I think there might even be already a bed in there. I'm fine. I don't need a room. I'll give you that Estelle loves to poke her nose into anything and everything that catches her interest. I can see from your perspective that makes her look simple-minded, clueless child, but that's where you're mistaken. It's not her who's clueless. It's you. Estelle knows exactly what she wants out of life and what she has to do to get it. This is part of what makes her who she is. Although I can't deny I was hoping to raise her to be a little more, well, of an ordinary girl than she's grown up to be. Still, compared that to you, Joshua, you don't have a clue what you want anymore. You don't know what you should be doing. Which of you is really in the right here? Just so we're clear, whatever you decide to do, I have no intention of indulging you. I'm not going to tell you to leave, but I'm not going to tell you to stay either. What you want to do, where you want to go, who you want to become, those are things you to decide, and you alone. No one can make that decision for you. And no one knows, oh, sorry, what kind of decision you'll make, only you. Several weeks later, yep, we're doing it. Blade Devil's right, we're doing every week. Several weeks passed. Thanks for telling me that, game. Thanks for telling me the cutscene that several weeks later, several weeks have passed. Those are 2 lines of dialogue that are immediately next to each other. Joshua's injuries continued to heal, and it wasn't for long before he was able to walk with ease again. Estelle was jumping for joy at this fact, using it as an excuse to drag him out to play with her every possible opportunity. For him, however, it meant more deciding what game to play next. He had to decide what course of action he was to take. Oh no, Mr. Red, no! The time for him just making a decision was drawing near. Will he choose chocolate, vanilla, strawberry? Wait, so strawberry would be Estelle. No, strawberry would be Chloe. Chocolate would be Estelle. And vanilla would be Josette. Her mom had twins. As if I needed to guess anything, you wouldn't shut up about it when you first heard the news. You've also been over to see them over and over as is. Are they still exciting enough to want to keep visiting? Oh, we're not here to visit them today. We're here to help the farm. With Hannah stuck with the babies. They need some help. So I said I want that help to be me. Why do I have to come up too? Because I said so. No complaining. That's right, you could have sea salt ice cream. Olivier is black licorice ice cream. I bet you dragged them along by force, didn't you? Hey, we've come to help. Oh well, music to my ears. Thanks for coming over. You did an awful lot for us while Hannah was pregnant as was. Yeah, I caught the rehabilitation. Piece of cake for me. You're a force to be reckoned with, Estelle. Oh, but who is? He's Estelle's new little brother. You know about him. I told you about him. It does ring a bell. The one who had a big fight with her at some point. Mrs. Pursley. Well, hello to you too. I'm so sorry to make you two help out again. You've been helping out so much as it is. If I could get right back to work, I would. You just gave birth. Jesus Christ, woman. Do you even have medical technology? You have medical magology? Sticking twins on my back is probably pushing it, though. Who's your black-haired friend? That's Joshua. Hey, Estelle's younger brother. I remember now. Isn't he adorable? Did he come to help us too? Sorry if it's not much fun. Wait, is that a bandage? Oh, you're right. Didn't even notice till you pointed it out. My injuries are more or less healed and would have any effect on my ability to work. But more or less healed means they're still healing. We can't ask an injured boy to do our work for us. You need to sit and rest. I have the perfect idea. So you harvest this field, you harvest this greenhouse, and Narset, you must take care of the babies. The boys will, the girls share. Understood. Any problems? Don't be afraid to ask. Okay. Because this is the game that wants me to die on Falkenstein. I just... So far, we're still at a count of 0 new information, by the way, if you're paying attention. If you cry too much, I will brutally murder you. By putting it towards Dungeon Siege 2. And then Persona 3R. And then Expedition 33. And then thank you, Narset. Stab, stab, stab. Alright, him. Past 2 weeks I've been assigned to all the ones coming after me. Why not? Must have worked out where I am. Am I supposed to take this to mean they're not interested in me anymore? So they just stole my memories and cast me aside? But still, I still feel like I've lost something really important to me. What is it? What have I... Joshua! Joshua! What? You listening? Estelle? This out. It's a carrot! Have you ever heard of a carrot before? And an eggplant? Ooh. You do know you scraped your knee, right? One day learn to think before you leave, or at least learn to take care of yourself after. Come on, let's take a look at it. Just put the kids on the ground here. They're fine, they're babies. Oh, it stings. Just endure, it'll be over soon. I swear she attracts scratches and scrapes like a magnet. I wonder if she hasn't got tetanus or something. You really do love causing people trouble. I never asked you to do anything for me. That just makes you cause people even more trouble. You don't do anything about your injuries or even notice them. It just makes more work for others. You're a danger to yourself, no matter how you look at it. Why do you... Oh, she's cut the back of her hand, too. Ah! Tell me we're going to put stuff before doing it. Oh no, babies! Babies! Go back to your work. I'll take care of it. It's okay. It's okay. Oh, they stopped. You sure you're not their mom? I'm going to dignify that with an answer. Just go back to work. You're never going to finish if you're not doing anything. Okay, thanks, Joshua. Bye. Thanks, huh? What's AO3, Kenexco? I know we could do that. Handsome boy playing the harmonica with the setting sun in the background. There's a picture if I ever saw one. See how he could play Estelle? He's supposed to be my brother, and he never told me at all. He's gonna need a huge lecture later. Ah, fanfics. Hello there. You don't need to be so afraid. I am but a humble magician. I will heal your broken heart for you. But of course I am compensated. I finally understand. I finally know what I lost. Everything that was important to me. My happy memories that made me myself. That was the compensation I gave. All that remains now is a doll. A twisted, broken fragment of who I was. Someone who exists only to destroy what others love. If I stay any longer, I'll end up destroying the happiness of everyone around me. I need to keep the things I care about as far away from me as possible, not close by. I need to be far, far out of my reach. And I'm so glad we've grown past this. Last game. Let's hang on. Pause the timer. Pause the timer. Let's talk about why this is bad writing. In order to talk about bad writing, I think there's only one soundtrack that really properly best suits such a discussion. Which is why it's so frustrating that it's taking me this long to pull it up. One of the things I talk about extensively is how a story needs to make some kind of internal coherence. You need to be able to believe that something's happening. Something is actually happening, because otherwise you don't really feel the stakes or relevance of events. If things can just happen without consequence, there are no stakes, big, small, personal, or in between, right? Now that's the domain of tales, or fables, if you prefer. In other words, with something that isn't intended to be a story. You could also say that parodies fall into that purview. However, I would actually argue quite strongly that the best parodies are still stories, right? I'll use the example of like the textbook humor movie Spaceballs as an example of this. Spaceballs, the sequence of events in that movie still makes sense. There is still narrative flow. There's still logical connecting threads of world and character and technology and plot, all of which still follow one line, right? There are a couple of holes as we go through, but the point is, you want your story to actually make some kind of internal consistency. That internal part is important. It doesn't have to make sense for real-life purposes. Anybody thinks that's an idiot? I'm so sick of that argument. That's all I'm going to say about that. Moving on. So, internal consistency, right? Cool. Why is this all relevant? Because that's the baseboards of designing storytelling at the very, very, very ground floor. But what you have to also understand is that this story is for someone. It might be for you, the writer, like Yume Nikki was. But statistically speaking, it's probably for the readers, or players, or viewers, or listeners. It is for them to be able to actually sit down and take in, and to some extent or another, pull something from it, right? So, the audience is there. They're kind of, for lack of a better way to put it, the point of a story, okay? It's for the audience. That's what it's there. With no audience, a story loses almost all relevance, right? Now, I don't say that to be unkind, because an audience can just be one person. But there needs to be someone to take from that, to perceive that, to read or play or watch or listen. Now that we've established the absolute base level of what a story is, something I feel this game has been failing at, let's talk about perception. So let's assume for a moment that all these cutscenes were happening back during the first game. This was actually the prologue instead of whatever filler nonsense we were doing in the actual prologue in the first game. This would have worked then. You know why? Well, there's actually a lot of reasons, but let me zoom in on the most important one. This would be, first of all, be great foreshadowing, because we wouldn't have context for half of what he's talking about. But second of all, it would be an indicator of where Joshua is, so we can see where he goes. Okay, cool. And yeah, you're absolutely right, sorry. It also builds up Weissman in the background. Okay, that's two good things. But here's the thing. This is not set at the beginning of the first game. This is set in the middle of the third game. And now we have a problem. This is the exact same thing I was talking about earlier with Star Wars milking the IP, Disney milking the IP of Star Wars for so long, is because you can't just throw something on the screen with the excuse of, well, that's an event that happened, here, watch it, because that event needs to have a purpose to it. You still are telling a story. Remember, the whole reason I started this whole debate, this whole diatribe, was because of the fact that the audience is the point. So it doesn't matter that all of these things are things that actually happened. Story. What matters is that this is redundant information for us, audience. In fact, it's actually worse than redundant, because in addition to telling us all this crap that we already knew, it's rewinding us back to a point we were already at. It is undoing character development. It's like, oh God, it's like seeing a character. How many of you have seen anime, book, show, game, movie, show? How many of you have seen something, yes, I said show twice, where there's a character who kind of irritates you and then they grow? And then you're like, yeah, that character's awesome now that they've grown, right? Would you enjoy it if you then had a flashback to back when they sucked? Now, maybe you would. I'm admittedly doing a leading statement here. I wouldn't, because I was invested in that character. Because I gave a crap about that character. And because they grew to something I did like, to something I did enjoy perceiving, that I, the audience, could then enjoy. And yeah, obviously there's going to be asterisks everywhere. The realm of narrative is littered with asterisks. And yeah, actually, Advent Children. Thank you, P.B. Goodfate. Great example. That wasn't a flashback. It was actually worse. Because Cloud went from being Cloud to Cloud at the end of his story arc to, like, emo Cloud. I should just go over here and not be involved with my friends. Ugh, brood. I only get to have wild sex with Tifa every night. Brood, brood, brood. Oh, woe is me. Like, Jesus Christ, Cloud. Smack. So, you'd think Tifa would at least cheer him up a little, right? For the love of God, rewinding a character to a previous point in their arc, and let's be very clear, the arc thing is important, because what PB Goodfaith said is also true. We don't need to see Luke Skywalker going to the freaking bathroom. That's irrelevant to us, right? But this is worse than that, because it's not just redundant info. It is specifically part of Joshua's arc. All the cutscenes we've seen are about his character arc. You know, the one we're done with. The one we concluded in the second game. In a good way! In a way that got positives. Because it was legit! He went through his arc. And now they're like, oh, by the way, here's the previous part. They're literally showing us parts of his arc that he's already been through. Me? Am I the problem here? Yeah, imagine if Alphino, in the middle of Dawn Trail, was like, I know that's not what he sounded like, but... Okay, so, negatives. This is negative worthy. Let's just get that out of the way. Making sure the timer's stopped. Which it is. We're up to 30 minutes, by the way. Like, someone made the comment 2 days ago that this feels like this is the resources from like an art book put into a game. And the more I play, the more I think that's literally what's happening. For those who are not aware, what usually happens, especially in Japanese game development, is they keep all of their extra stuff, right? All their little notes, all the cut content, all the sketches and images and story concepts and all that. And they usually release a book, which is, hey, here's the behind the scenes. Yeah, Fawcett, man, we literally saw that earlier. Here's the behind the scenes. And here's the book that is the behind the scenes of Trails in the Sky. And that's where this stuff kind of belongs, to be perfectly frank. You could peruse at your leisure and say, oh, okay, so, you know, she kept trying to bring him bugs because she was super into that. Or, oh, Shara was, like, working with Aina because Aina was this. Oh, that's cool. You know. Yeah, exactly. It's not game-worthy. I think it was Mook who said this. This really does feel like a wild experiment that is just failing. Okay. Okay, so now that we got that all the way. Oh yeah, start the timer up again. Yeah, of course we're not done. I'd like to believe that with proper execution, this could work. But as I said earlier, the length is kind of a multiplier thing. So these scenes would really need to pop for this to work, I think. And they super don't. I'm gonna make a syrup that attracts bugs. Yeah, it's called sugar. You're 11 now, and a girl. I think you should be starting to dress a bit more like one your age. But these are comfier and way easier to move around in. Anyway, bye. She's got a point. I need to get all the ingredients to make my super duper syrup. Milk, eggs. But first, new sneakers. Yeah, like, I've been thinking in the back of my mind how I would approach this. Like, if you handed me this giant pile of behind-the-scenes anthology stuff and told to make it into a game, I legitimately struggle with how you gamify all of this. One more week. One more week. Oh, hi. Found some new clothes. I think it looks so cute on you. Today will be the day you finally get to realize your potential as a girl with some nice clothes. Guys! Sexism much. I can't wear nice clothes. They'll just get dirty when I go bug catching. Yeah, frankly, Mook. Yes, she did, Playtable. I can't get over how cool Joshua was. He's super cool. He hasn't said a single word since we've been playing. Maybe it's my fault for trying to take his harmonica without permission. Still, Joshua doesn't seem to want to talk about it. But it feels like he's had some painful experience that's bothering him, so... Well, I know. He's got something serious in his mind, I can tell. Sometimes I look at him and he looks like he's really in pain about something. I don't think I'd ever be able to help him with whatever it is, even if I knew him. So that's why I just want to try and cheer him up in my own way for now. That's really sweet of you. Well, he is my lover. Brother. You might pass out from the surprise. What are you making? You might pass out from the surprise. You know what? Never mind. I don't want to know. Oh, well, she told me. I know how you are from how you're dressed. Today's bug catching is special, though. Waste. I need fresh milk and fresh eggs. Don't tell me you've suddenly developed an interest in cooking. Well... Bug of Legends. Yep, I'm gonna give Joshua the surprise of his life. Just not sure I'm following all this. Let me try again. You're trying to make some kind of aromatic capable of attracting a bug? Probably. Just whatever you do, promise not to get any of it on me, alright? Estelle's actually fine here. Joshua is not. If you really see him as your little brother, you should start gradually opening up to about the past. About getting him to do the same with you, too. Maybe talk to him about your mom? I can do that. Doesn't feel like the kind of thing you need to sit and have a big, serious discussion about, though. We're always going to be together, so I think he'll get it eventually. Because we're family now. It's a very you way to look at it, but I mean it in a good way. Thanks to you. Got everything I need. I'm going to head to Mistwald and catch the Bug of Legends. Just you wait, Joshua. I'm going to blow your socks off. Funny, she said that exact same thing to him last week in modern times. The best part is she'd think it'd be awesome, Playtale. Young Estelle, what are you doing here? Hi, Mr. Mayor. I think you're playing the clock tower. Repairs are finally finished last month. Yeah, I know. Trying to make it as close to the original as they could. I remember it that well. It fills me with magical energy. Everyone is supporting the town and wishing it well. But this spot's important to me. I got you. Just you wait, Joshua. I'm gonna catch the Bug of Legends. Full speed ahead! to go with this one. It's just screaming, pick me. La la la, and done. She just mixed that up with her bare hands. She probably did. Today's the day Joshua loves bugs. I mean, this bug is legendary. He's in for the shock of his life. And then Estelle died. But she was replaced by a robo-clone! It's been Robel this entire time. Thank you for everything. I'm leaving forever. And I will never come back. I will roam the world, alone, astray. As Joshua. That sounds like Estelle. Good ears. No, it might not have. It's Estelle. She probably just tripped. Whatever may or may not happen to her. It's nothing to do with me anymore. She's got nothing to do with me anymore. Damn it! It's just draws his swords. Well, this is mine. You can't have it. Go away. Shoot, shoot. Get me closer. You listening to me? Yeah? Get behind me. For I am infinite destruction. Whew. That's about as much as I can do with my current stamina. You ran away. Joshua? What's wrong with you? What are you doing this... What are you even doing this place? Oh, nope. What are you even doing this far in a place this dangerous? Did you even stop to think what might happen? You're a child. Don't put yourself in unnecessary danger. Why do you never stop to think before diving headfirst into anything? For once in your life, try and look before you leap. Otherwise... Joshua, you came at just the right time. That's not funny. If I hadn't... Look at this. That is a very large beetle. I want it to die. I want it to die so badly. This is it. It's the bug of legends. I like how she's got a band-aid on her arm right there. Is it cool? Joshua? Something bad happened to you in the past, but you don't want to talk about it. And I'm not going to force you to. I'll just wait till you feel ready to talk about it with me. It's going to take about 5 years. Till then, I'll be right here by your side, waiting. Everything I'll do is give you this bug. Sit you up, okay? And she just throws it at his face. Tell me this bug somehow legendary, because I don't see what's so impressive about it. What? But it's huge! It's the most awesome bug in the entire world. Excuse me, objection! Well, no, that's Scyther. Not in the slightest. You just wait. I'll find a bug that'll amaze you, even if I have to search forever and ever. You amaze me more than any bug ever will. And on that day, he fell in love. And that would be a good cutoff point. But they won't do that. Because they don't know when to stop a story either. It was then I made a promise to myself. It was for my own good and no one else's. The only condition by which I could permit something as unnatural as me to be allowed to live in this peaceful world. Doing so was the most cowardly thing I could have possibly done, but I hope you can forgive me. I was more concerned about that than continuing to deceive myself. And scene? I told you, they don't know when to end a story. I'm sorry, can I make fun of this for a second? If Falcom were writing A New Hope, they would be like, the big battle of Yavin, and then the awards ceremony, and then the after party after the awards ceremony, and then getting all the people together to flee from Yavin after the awards ceremony, and then a few minutes of Luke just flying in his X-Wing after the fleeing, after getting out of Yavin, after the awards ceremony. And then he'd land in his new place and be like, okay, it's time to go and find some more recruits for the rebellion. And he'd walk off into the distance, and then he'd enter a building. and be like, hey, I'm looking for recruits for the rebellion. And they'd be like, ah, saw it all. And he'd talk to them, and eventually he'd find someone. And that someone and he would have a whole adventure together. And they'd go and they'd fight the Empire, and they'd win, and they'd be like, Luke, I have got your back. And he'd be like, yes, we will fight the Empire together. And then the scene will kind of slowly pan away as it's naturally ending for the third time now, and then it keeps going! And then it would be like them getting back on the ship and going back to the headquarters and chatting the whole way. Falcom, know anything? Do you know anything about narrative pacing? Do you? Do you concept? Do you... I just... Ah! Ah! Okay, I'm okay. I'm okay, everything's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Okay. 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 Look how many people came to see us off. Hey, look. They decided to skip from there to after the end of 2. Means a lot that you came here with us. I think, as you know, Joshua and I are going to be going away from Liberia for a while. Liberia. We'll be traveling the continent, doing our brace work, having so much sex. We might be away for quite some time, too. Right now, we intend to travel across basically the whole continent. But one day we'll come back here to Roland. We promise. Yeah, we will. We'll make sure we've grown so much you won't be able to believe your eyes when we come back, too. Can't believe you just decided this all on your own without ever consulting your loving papa. Oh, didn't they? They did not. I mean, taking time off to come see them a real pain, let me tell you. Sorry, Dad. We realized we didn't give you much choice in this. It's something we discussed seriously, though. Hopefully you'll be able to believe what we're doing is for the best. As long as you've given serious thought to what you're doing, you have my support. Go out there. Do what you want to do. I'll always be here waiting for you. Good to hear. Thanks, Dad. You're both veteran bracers at this point, so I'm sure you don't need much in the way of my advice. Instead, I'll keep this simple. From now on, it'll be up to you to decide what you need to learn and what you need to know. Focus on improving your powers of discernment. That's all I'll say. Be sure to take it to heart. Life as a bracer is very different in other countries compared to how it is here, as I'm sure you're about to find out. But the fundamentals are the same. Do as you're taught, I'm sure you'll be fine. Do bracers ever show up in any of the other games? Like, they're an international force, right? So, you know, Crossbell, Calvert, Erebonia should have bracers in them. Okay. Okay, I was going to say, because... Granted, I don't know anything about the future, but it just struck me, because everyone talks about things that are not bracer-related. Follow your hearts with your heads held high. We can't thank you for enough. I'm sure it'll become in handy in the future. For real. There's no need to thank me. I've just done what I've always can as your big sister. Don't drink anything that seems funny while you're away. Make sure you brush your teeth before bed. Make sure you don't get caught up in your work so you forget to shower. And Stella, she's not a child anymore, you know. She's... You don't look after yourself, Stella. I'll be showing up in your dreams. The scary part is, I wouldn't put it past you to find a way to do that. And don't worry, that really won't be necessary, I swear. You take good care of her too, Joshua. Remember, there's always a job available for you at my shop if you want it. Come back safely, you hear? I will. Take care of yourselves while we're away. I don't want you to go, Estelle. You won't forget about me, will you? Goodbye, Dad. Stop crying. Of course I will. When we've settled in wherever we end up next, we'll write to you, okay? Look after Alyssa while I'm away, okay, Tito? I will. Make sure not to let Joshua get away while you're out in the country, too, okay? Duly noted. Do you two really have to go? Joshua! Yeah. Oh, look at that. You got the twins crying buckets now. It's no surprise this will be hard on them. You've been looking after them since they were babies. Of course they'll miss you. Thanks for telling me that after showing me that. Did they write these scenes separate from each other? Probably not. It's probably going to be a while before we can see any of you again. But you'll never leave our thoughts. Promise. Unless we get teleported into, like, a weird sub-dimension or something. That sure would be weird. Joshua. One last duel. Have you made up your mind, then? I have. I want to be Joshua Bright after all. I know the name distinction might not be a big deal in the eye of others, but it's for me. It's part of taking the first and most difficult step in the journey. So, you want to be called Joshua Bright, and you probably want to marry Estelle Bright. I guess that's going to make the paperwork really simple. That's the kind of positive attitude. That's the best compliment you could have given me. Aw. What is with men in our family? Would it kill the two of you to talk so that the rest of us can understand what you're saying? Whatever. Come on, Joshua. Get on board. I'm coming, I'm coming. See you around. Still, when you come back next time, I'm going to be a bracer just like you. Now that I want to see. You don't think I can do it, do you? Be serious. Or I'm serious. By the time you get back, I'm going to be a bracer, I swear. I don't think I want to become two. Don't worry, we'll be back, we promise. Narrator, they were never back. They got lost in Phantasma forever. This is actually the story of how Estelle and Joshua die. And Kevin has to take up the mantle of being the Bright. Kevin Bright. What do you want to bet it's not going to end here either? Oh my god! I'm actually shocked. Okay, that was 48 minutes. Now here's the best part. There's another one! Immediately, and without pausing. I'm going to bring up Mega Man again. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I do want to write down a thought really quick before I lose it. What do I call that? Okay, I can do that. He's thinking. There's a balm upon my soul. Okay. And then fish happened. The second, by a gargantuan margin, Blue Dragon Game. I'm never playing the first game again. In fact, I have gotten to the point where I have actively started recommending that people skip the first game. I haven't decided what I'm going to recommend for the third game yet. Once upon a time, there was a girl called Estelle Bright who absolutely loved fishing. Meanwhile, in Grand Cell, there existed a group of dedicated men and women who prided themselves in the sport. They were called the Fisherman's Guild. What else could it possibly be but fate that their two paths would cross? This is their story. Chapter 1. Now! Okay. In. Take break. Go fishing. Her bucket was teeming with fish. But then there was Lloyd. He was having the opposite of her lucky streak. He set off a boat, but he couldn't catch any fish. So, Lloyd bent motion back towards the inn. Upon his boat catching the pier, he caught sight of the very pleased Estelle. The sight was all it took to give rise to his competitive nature. Now thoroughly fired up, he approached her and challenged her to a special kind of duel. Duel. I don't have any seller fishing tackle to bet on this. All my stuff was borrowed from the inn. You need to bet anything. Oh, that's fine. It's more for my good than yours. And I intend to see it through no matter what. I will defeat you. There needs to be like an anime, like, oh my god, that looks like that, and it's like super duper serious, like straight up dark horror death doom story, except it's all about fishing. Oh no, it's like regular fish. They're just very serious about it. Like there's a murder mystery in the middle of it because one person caught a very small fish and was really sad about it. Thank you, Maze. And decided to murder someone else and steal their fish. And, like, they took a picture as if it was theirs. And that proves to be the smoking gun. Because in the background, you could see the blood seeping into the background of the horrible and brutal murder they did. And it was always secretly their one true love, too. But they had to murder their love because they're fishing. The fishing is the heart and soul of my very being. I cannot live, I cannot breathe without the fish. The heart of the fish. The heart of the line. I mean, yeah, pretty much Blades of Vault. Like, just Yu-Gi-Oh! Remember, one of the main villains, one of the earliest main villains of Yu-Gi-Oh! Literally steals people's souls. Like, you get it, though, right? Like, it is just fishing. It is straight up normal-ass fishing. But it's really, really deep, serious, dark storytelling. And everyone takes it as if fishing is the most important thing ever. Oh, geez, I'm losing. I'm losing. Wait, how does fishing help them explore, though? They, like, fish up maps and stuff? Okay. Hey. You okay? Battle, you fought admirably. There's no shame to losing to a fisher such as you. Your heart was strung with the cords of the line. I challenged you while putting this on the line, and I was defeated. You refuse to accept, that'll bring me even greater shame than I already face. Please accept it. Though feeling bliss thanks to her victory, she was also blissfully unaware of what fate had in store for her. Which is us not doing the rest of that. We're good. Peace. Nope. We're done. Bye. There's apparently only 3 chapters. Apparently the third person always cheats. And there's some RNG to it. I actually happen to have a guide right here for the mini games because I pulled it up for the other mini game we did earlier. Okay, so we're done. We can progress. We can progress. Oh my god! I don't even know what to say. I'm overwhelmed. Yeah, now let's go recruit one more person. Yeah, let's actually see. What are we missing? What are we missing? So none of the moons, unless it's a part 2. Oh, unless it's a part 3, actually. There probably is a part 3 for that. Oh, no, I don't see one here. Okay, whoop, whoop, whoop. None of the stars. We are missing... Well, we haven't finished Sundoor 2, so that's whatever. What? Sundoor 3? Hang on, what? I guess we have to do that? To count? Like, it doesn't really give much, but I think we have to do that just for the sake of getting all the doors, yeah. Okay, let's go do that super quick. Let's go do that. So let's see, Sundoor... 3? I guess? Here we go. For those of you who haven't seen this already, I'll just let that sit there for a second. What I find funniest about this is Kevin, who is primarily a mage type, is down there with like his biceps flexing so hard they're ripping his shirt. And Reese, who is one of my best melee damagers, is over there like, ah. Blah, 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 blah. Let's go. I was gonna say, this looks like the exact same battles we've already done. Let's just auto-way through this for a little bit, see what happens. Get some CP going. I take it you didn't care for it, Ross. Yeah, it's a Milky Way. Well, these guys have plenty of health. So this might be a new one? Last time we had to bring Zin for this.
Oh, pitiful...
Yep, here's the creep. This is the same stuff we fought last time. Well, whatever. We're stuck now. We literally can't leave. What are you weak to? Fire. Okay, I can work with that. See, the thing is, I swear it said this wasn't completed in the log. Maybe I'm just losing it, I don't know. No, we didn't lose. don't have much in the way of fire damage, do I? In that case, let's just make you all do more damage. You know what? Go away. For those of you who haven't seen it yet,
Upon the golden wings of battle,
bit of a flashing lights warning.
descending to that land to rescue wayward souls.
Goodbye.
Piece of cake.
And now it's Gilbert. Yeah. Whatever, we're already here, and we literally can't leave without Alt F4ing, so might as well kill him. I know I've done this fight though.
Hey.
Listen, there's no reason to get judgmental, Arspruce. That doesn't really work, but whatever. Ow. That actually sucked. Whatever. Fine. Waste my turns. Stop blinding me. God, that's just irritating. Oh, fighter. 100% Blade Ball. She doesn't have most of the traits that I would usually qualify as a barbarian. And, she hits pretty hard. She's decently tanky, and she's decently good at weapon usage and item usage, so yeah, she's a fighter. She's even a flexible character, which is kind of what a fighter really boils down to. A flexible martial class. Yeah, you notice we're just blinded again here. Yeah, no. She's a fighter, he's a rogue. Is pretty defined, right? Zin's a monk. Past that? See, Reese is a paladin, 100%.
Fight for me!
Gilbert's a pathetic. It just lands. Aw. Chloe? Yeah, Red Mage feels right there. I build Chloe to be full support, but she does have all the makings of a Red Mage. She even uses a rapier, for God's sakes. Yeah, Tita's 100% Artificer. Straight up. Actually, let's just do this. Yeah, no kidding, Easel. It's like, well, I guess you're support now. Agate's closer to your typical barbarian. Big old two-hander, and not much else going for him other than just being able to bulldoze through things. Okay, so are we done now? Side story finished. Yep, okay. No rewards. You see this, right? Like, there's Sundoor 3, and there's Sundoor 3. I mean, I guess we're done, though. Oh, that's hard mode. Oh, okay, we're good. We're good. We're done. We're done. So that's all the stars at the moment, all the suns at the moment, and all the moons at the moment. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this is it. I think we can progress. Oh my god! It's only taken us, like 7 hours today to get back to the game. I'm sorry, I'm being unkind, and I don't care. So yeah, now we're gonna recruit someone, and then immediately have to go and do another door. I was ready after you guys told me what happened, but seeing the place once trained out like this is weird. So this warp thing is going to take us to the next plane? Yep, it should be the 5th plane. Alright, let's see the 5th plane. Something wrong? No, but I do have a question. Why did you specifically put your name forward to accompany me? Huh? Is it really that big of a deal? No, Thor, no! Even the cat is howling in misery. Don't do this to us. Don't do it. No, cat. Why? Why? I can't think of any specific reason you would have to offer to support me. Yet when making a request, your eyes are filled with turbiturbiturm and resolve, so it wasn't something you did on a whim. You don't mind my inquiry, do you? No, it wasn't a whim, though, so you're right about that. It's just that I don't have some big special reason for doing it. I guess I wanted to give something back. Kevin did a lot for me back in that Trouble in the Barrel. He bailed me out of trouble more frequently, you know. And he helped Joshua deal with what was burning him, too. I was in trouble, just like we were, so it's this thing where I found myself wondering whether there was anything I could do to help. Coming back and backing you up was the best way I could do that. I'm not sure I understand. I understand you feel indebted to Kevin, but how does that help helping me go to repaying that? Is that obvious? You're super important to him. What? I'm not implying you're going out or anything. Just from all I've heard and all I've seen, you're basically family, right? No, you're right. Although they're totally going to be dating. You know they're going to be dating because they're brother-sister! I'm not sure if there's any bond between the two of us anymore after 5 years of not interacting with each other. Cat, you are so dumb. Yeah, I'm not buying that one. What's so funny? The connections between people deepen over time to become bonds, and once bonds are formed, they can never be broken. However far apart those people may be, no matter where life may take them, those bonds will always exist in some way. Not my words, by the way. They're just something some old guy I know told me a while back. I happen to agree with them. Yes, Cat? Can I help you? By the way, repeating again. I'm not gonna do it live if that's what you're asking, Uthor. I got work to do. I had to get through this friggin' game. Kevin was happy to entrust everything to you without a second thought, right? You were talking like you knew what he was thinking earlier, too, about how he was going to tell you about his stigma. Proof enough there's still a strong bond between you. I wish I could be so confident. Still, I can understand why you wanted to come with me. Come to me now. Come with me. Oh my god, why you wanted to come with me now. There we go. Jesus, it's not that hard. I have something of a personal request. Forgive me if this sounds blunt, but do people often tell you that you're too soft for your own good? What? What are you laughing for? I think I have my answer. Please let me answer before making up your mind. Whatever. Let's go. Alright, so we've had Space Arena, we've had Grand Cell, we've had other Space Arena, and then we've had, like, the training grounds. So what do we think the 5th layer is going to be? The 5th layer of hell. Which is... Boring land. Of course. Well, it's symmetrical. It's like a giant labyrinth of marble. It's... I have absolutely no idea what it is. Dream spiders. Foul beasts that devour people's dreams and replace them with nightmares. That's a thing in your setting? Okay. Spiderland. Great! It's Lasith! No! No! Yeah, so, obviously this is not my house, right? This is the father-in-law's house. And he has a garden up front. He also has a garden spider. It's about this wide. I might be understating it. It's gigantic. And he just hangs out there. So every time I go out the front door, he's just right there. If I had a flamethrower, I've already used it. Let's double check our equipment. Ah, cool. Now, I know intellectually that garden spiders are cool. Helpful, even. So, he gets to live. But if he ever decides to adjust his path a little bit to the left, so he actually is in front of the door, he is dead. That's the rule. You're allowed to exist as long as you don't enter my space. If you do, I will kill you instantly without even noticing that I killed you. Thank goodness for that. Is MySpace even going anymore? I mean, did you see JD Vance's recent thing where he was like, we need to get rid of the left entirely? Like, actually. Just... yeah. Mouthpiece. Yeah, I can't wait till he's president. He's just counting the days. You know that, right? He's just counting the days until age catches up with Trump. And he's gonna be like, delicious presidency. Oh my god, you're next. Yeah, the only good news is he's actually pathetic. Alright, hang on. There's a door. Okay, door immediately. Hell yeah, Disco. Everything's a spider. Hey, Retro Justice. You probably don't care at all, but I've been debating your specific complaint about Metroid Fusion. I admit I'm not a particularly big fan of the intro of that game. But I've been debating going through the intro again to see if I change my mind on it. I haven't decided yet. I mean, time is a thing, after all. Okay, okay. Let's treat this seriously. Well, honestly, it really, really bothers me when someone dismisses my reviews by saying it's just my opinion. So, I'll be completely sincere with you. That's part of why. It's, you know, professionally insulting as well as personally insulting. But also, I noticed that it's the only complaint you have about the entire review. Oh my god. I haven't had a chance to move. Holy crap. Okay, so let's deliberately die. Let's just pad out the timer here.
I'm sorry.
Wow, okay. Just insta-death. Okay, so... I was gonna be, like, I figured I had one round to do something. Obviously, I do not. So let's treat it like that, shall we? Okay, so... a little more manageable. Yes. Hi. Oh god, they're duplicating already. And 1 second. Okay, looks like they duplicate with their health. That's actually really good. Okay, she's petrified, but that's okay. That's okay. Because I can attack before I'm attacked.
We rule.
I mean, it's not like that's the first time I've encountered that Metro Justice. One of the most common sources of critique I get, and criticism as a reviewer, is when I say a game is good and give it a good score. No, I'm serious. Because people think I didn't give it good enough of a score. What the hell is this? Orbments are devices that use the orbital energy contained within Septium to cause a variety of useful effects. It's only been a little over half a century since they were first invented. But even in such a short time, they've already revolutionized the world as we know. From daily necessities such as lighting and heating, to tanks and other similar weapons used to defend our nations, orbments are used in just about every facet of our life. In fact, it's hard to imagine life without them. So much of what we take for granted in life now involves them in some way. And it is to proliferate and advance the development of these orbments that we exist. We, the Bob Foundation. Our foundation was first... He jumped on top of the scratching post. And that really shouldn't be wide enough for him. In fact, it looks like he didn't like it. So I had to snap that camera, to snap that shot as quickly as I could before he jumped down. Sending it to the kiddo. Anyways, our foundation was first established in the year 1155 of the Septian calendar, the year after Professor Bob's passing, and created by his brilliant-minded disciples in order to honor his wishes. The foundation is based at his home state of Liman, remains in operation to this day. It was rather limited in size in the beginning, and its attempts to spread orbital technology was initially met with little success. Sensing that the professor's dream would never be realized at the rate they were going, 3 key researchers left Le Mans to try and spread the seeds of orbital technology across the continent themselves. One of those was Professor Schmidt. The professor, who had a fine reputation of his own for his skill in the field of mechanical engineering, went around and visited corporations in various nations to persuade them of the benefits of orbments. The second was Professor Hamilton. Mindful of the technological gap between regions, she believed it was rural and remote areas that needed Orbman technology more than any other. As such, she enlisted the help of the Bracer Guild, which already had a close relationship with the Foundation. Hello, kiddo. Hey, you're okay. And formed a mission with the intent of promoting and spreading the technology where applicable. The professor herself also toured region with the aim of spreading public awareness and laying foundations for others to build in the future. Hang on one sec, Zara. The third was Professor Russell, known far and wide as the father of the Orbital Revolution. Professor Russell returned to his home nation of Liberl and continued to work tirelessly to advance Orbman technology there. Within a year of returning, he'd set up the Zeiss engineering factory, known as ZCF, and created the first Orbman to be made outside the Le Mans state. 3 years later, the reigning king of Liberl at the time, Edgar III, visited the factory to inspect it and decided to donate a large amount of money to further its research. His Majesty's endorsement, the Orbmans began to spread like wildfire throughout the kingdom, bringing such prosperity that people of the other nations were filled with envy. Until then, most people didn't see Orbmans in a particularly positive light, but their success in Liberl changed those impressions virtually overnight. One nation after another began to reach out to our Foundation and share Orbman technology, and our Foundation's financial and social standing became that much more secure. In the eyes of the world, the Orbital Revolution was a sudden, far-reaching transformation. It was only because of years of reaching out to people and diligent, largely unnoticed research that was able to happen at all. Okay. Cool. The Foundation's activities center around the following 3 guiding principles: carrying out fundamental research on orbments, spreading orbital technology and informing the public of the benefits, contributing to world peace through technology. Let's discuss each of these 3 guiding principles in more depth. No. So it turns out R&D is expensive, as anybody will tell you. Orbman stuff has been being pushed into schools. And there's a strong testing and QA scene. Our Foundation revealed the Orbital Network Project to join all of Zemuria together with a single unified communications network. Orbman's relationship with peace as the concept became somewhat complicated. Are they aiding in its realization or doing the exact opposite? Professor Bob expressed his hopes that the ability to realize limitless loop of energy will be able to bring lasting peace to the world. Instead, recent years have been thoroughly betraying those hopes, and the post-revolution world has been a chaotic one indeed. The conflict between Liberl and Erebonia made significant use of orbital weaponry, airships included. Orbital weapons get more and more advanced. We'll have mechas! Yes! More mechas! It sounds fine, Czar, but I feel like there's a disconnect between getting the fish and that unlocking new areas. Do you trade them with, like, the indigenous people, and the indigenous people then give you maps, kind of a thing, maybe? So anyways. But no, that's exactly my point, Retro Justice. It's... Remind me sometime to pull up one of my favorite quotes, one of my favorite comments, excuse me, on my Persona 5 review, which was extremely livid at the fact that I really liked the game and scored it well. No, that sounds like a joke, but that's the truth. See, they wanted to score higher. That's the... If you haven't understood yet. Like I said, the most negative feedback I get isn't from people who think I'm scoring something bad that's bad. They think I'm scoring something that's good, not good enough. It's really common. And yeah, obviously, Hollow Knight is one of those. The Halos got hit with that as well, as you might imagine. Which, once again, as a reminder, I liked the Halos, especially Reach. Elden Ring, weirdly enough, I didn't get many negative comments on. I'm not sure why. Baldur's Gate 3, oh. I got a lot of feedback on Baldur's Gate 3. I almost didn't allow Baldur's Gate 3 to be added for an audit because of the feedback I got on that run. Oh, absolutely, Disco. 100%. If it earns it. See, you said that, Retro Justice, and that's the thing that caught my eye. Super Metroid's intro is pretty light on words. It's also the only words in the entire game. Metroid Dreads is also pretty brief. In fact, Metroid Dread treats you pretty smartly by not actually explaining what's going on, and trusting that you're smart enough to pick up on what's going on. We'll see what we do with Fusion, though. There was once... Oh my god, hang on. There was once an heir to a kingdom who allowed everyone a piece of meat from a boar and up of wine. Provided, of course, they found the quay to his secret cellar underground. Finding it was no mean feat. Whew. That was actually hard to read. Nine feet! 9 feet! Sorry, 9 feet. That's what I meant to say. 9 feet. Cry into my chest. Oh, so you eat the fish, and that allows you to keep going. What really disappointed me, Retro Justice, was just how much Fusion stumbled on the gameplay axis. I don't say that to bash it. I say that deliberately. I was expecting it to score way better than it did. Because, you know, duh, right? I stand by what I hinted at in Discord. The story in Fusion's legit, right? And yeah, the level design was fine. The boss design was frustrating. I mean, generally speaking, if you have to ask, you probably know the answer. But by all means, ask, Disco. If it's Sailor Moon's Tentacle Adventure, then yeah, that's probably too icky for me. I'm just gonna be honest. Prevents Petrify. Nice game. See, do you want to add magic to it, Czar? Because if you do want to add magic to it, I feel like you can make it so that different fish have magical effects, which not only give you access to new areas, but like buffs for while you're going through that area, right?
Goddess.
1,000 Mira for that. Nah, I'm good. Not that dry on Mira. I mean, I'm a little dry on Mira. I've never even heard of that, Disco. So I suppose that's not an answer to you. 1 second. ODST. You know what? I'll agree with that. ODST sucked. It was the worst game I've ever played in my entire life. I'm pretty sure that game actually gave me real-life cancer. Once upon a time, I had beauty and joy in the world, and then I played ODST. How am I doing, Theodora?
Goddess.
I suppose the only way to answer that question is to actually go check right now. Let's see here. Blood Monolith. Okay, that's not helping. Blood video game? $1997 by Monolith Production. That sounds about right. It really is kind of cow. Yeah, I've honestly never heard of this. If I did, it just fell into the category of the Doom clones. Because, for those of you who don't remember, the mid to late 90s were glutted with Doom clones. And I do mean glutted. It was a whole thing. In fact, one of the reasons Half-Life took off so much was because it was considered not a Doom clone. Like, that was its selling point. It's not Doom. But no, honestly, I didn't care for ODST. Sorry, Huther, I should get back to that. I'm not just memeing or being facetious. I was disappointed by ODST. I'm Mr. Floyd. I mean, I don't think it was a terrible game. I've played worse. So much worse. Yeah, I remember 2 for its story. I remember 3 for its gameplay. I remember Reach for just being generally awesome. For a long time, the Reach was actually, like, our best FPS we'd ever played. It took until, like, Modern Warfare 2 to supplant that, and, like, Doom 4. Love those status effects. Oh, okay. These status effects are gonna be a little bit irritating. Go away.
Oh, pitiful souls, may you rest in peace.
No, they're dead. Cat, it's like 2 hours before I feed you. What do you want? Okay. Let's check. Where am I? Alright, who do we think is next? The picture is pretty. Some kind of septium? It's what's known as a sealing stone. People are inside them. It'd be nice if it was Dad, but I will get that lucky. No, but the game did Retro Justice. Alright, Mr. Red, you're in the party. Let's go! Quick, what would your class be, Mr. Red? Make sure we're here. Yep, okay. Alright, let's see who it is. Procrastinator. It's... It couldn't be. That looks like... It is... Could it be? You've got to be kidding me. It's Richard. Okay, I did not call that. Who goes there? Speaker name. What? Sure didn't see this coming. I presume you're familiar with this man? All I can tell by his uniform is that he's from the Royal Army. Yes. Not sure what's going on here. Still, Joshua? Is that you, Your Highness? Yes, sir. It's good to see you again, Richard. I feel the same. Pleasure's all mine, Your Highness. I'm delighted to see you well and in good health. No need to stare at the floor when you're talking to me. How have you been? Thanks to Your Majesty's extraordinary kindness, I've been doing well. I keep refusing to change my outfit because they don't want to make a second sprite for me. I am explain. I see. The situation's more abnormal than I thought. I am Alan Richard. I am going to explain my backstory, but now I'm going to explain that I've joined the Research and Development Group. The greatest doubt in my mind is simply, why me? I look at everyone here, I see comrades who know how to fight alongside one another to turn even the darkest of odds in their favor. Whether this turn of events was the will of the goddess or someone else, I can't rightly say, but from my understanding, you've already found the perfect team for overcoming obstacles. I sure as hell don't want to work with her, though. I don't want her stupid rubbing off of me. You're gonna feel stupid after I thwack your brains to mush. If I may. Find it hard to understand how I, of all people, came to be here. I've worked together with you. I'm a criminal who threatened your lives and did the stuff in the first game. And you helped us in the second game, remember? And that was the fact that you did this other thing in the second game. Remember that thing in the second game? You also did this thing in the second game. You were only threatening Liberal on the surface. You had no intention of actually doing anything. On the contrary, you were trying to protect it. Same can't be said for me. What about me? We were being used by you guys. Yeah, that doesn't change the fact that we were Sky Bandits. Yeah, okay, this is all whatever. Yeah, we dueled once. It's time to duel! Yeah, join the party already. God damn it. Yes, I played the first two games. Oh my god. Did they assume people didn't play the first two games and that's why they're doing all this? I work out of an office in Rouen City. It's just beginning to work there. I remember once wielding the war in my own uniform. I was surrounded by light. I was wearing a shirt and a pair of slacks. Yet somehow I find myself here in my uniform. Is this the second time in this game they have come up with some lame-ass excuse for him to not have a different sprite? Oh my god. So in addition to the other billion ways they're a weird freak, they've got a military uniform fetish. I mean, hashtag same, but... I mean, have you seen Julia over there? Ooh. Girls these days. Has no idea what's going on. Yep, blah, 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 blah. That's my point, though, Maze, right? I understand full well that there's a difference between, like, an overworld sprite, which really is just 4 sprites. It's just 4 facing directions with some walking. So I guess that's actually 8 sprites. Or 16, excuse me. But combat, yeah, there's a lot more sprites in a combat. Alright, sorry, Joshua, I'm benching you. Let's bring in Richard. Let's see what he's like.
Understood.
Whoops, I didn't mean to hit that. God, we have so many characters at this point. Hey, they've got a Subaru. Come. Can't even afford 3 pieces of armor. You know what? I think World of Warcraft is sufficiently icky that we're never touching that again. I know, Retrodrested. This is so strange. Like, yeah, because if you look at the list, I was talking about, as usual, I was talking about this just last night with my friends, because, and I don't want to, like, bury the lead on this, but one of my friends was asking if I was okay, because apparently my mood's been really bad lately. And I said, okay, over the last month, I've played Chrono Cross, Xenogears, Planescape Torment, Trails in the Sky 1, Trails in the Sky 2, Trails in the Sky 3. And saying it out loud like that, the one weird exception in that list is Trails in the Sky 2. If we want to extend that a little bit, the game I played right before Chrono Cross was Deathloop, which was a massive disappointment, a negative 200. That's not bad, that's terrible. And if we're being honest, we actually started this whole block by playing Gothic 1. So what it actually is Gothic 1, Axiom Verge, Goodbye Volcano High, Total War Pharaoh, all of those were fine. Those were like 30-ish range. Then Deathloop, Chrono Cross, Xenogears, Planescape Torment, Trails in the Sky 1, and then Trails in the Sky 2, which was just kind of banger out of nowhere. Weird. Weird spread of games. Most of the games I just listed were better than I thought they would be. Although, Xenogears is not one of those. I've come to peace with the fact that Xenogears physically hurt me. I'm just going to say that as bluntly as I can. That game was sufficiently unpleasant that it was hitting the nightmare range. As in, it was actually giving me real life, actual, no really, I'm not joking, physical nightmares that were making it hard to sleep. Xenogears was rough. It's also the longest game of every game I just mentioned. By a margin. The next longest was Trails 2, which was like 7 hours below it in terms of length. I'd say everything Blade to Evolve, but that's probably not a good descriptor. No, thankfully we've already played Drakengard. Interesting. I don't actually own Drakengard 2 anymore, and I've never played Drakengard 3. So what was it about Xenogears? Again, the answer, everything, really, probably should describe it. But Xenogears was almost unique in how little would happen. I'll never forget the day when we spent almost the entire day going so few plot points forward that I could describe it with 2 sentences. And I know you could say that about a lot of games, but no, really. From when we left the town with the sewers, the city with the sewers, until we got to the Outrigger outpost, the salvage outpost with the sea captain, That was almost an entire day of streaming. And there's nothing in between there. It was just leave town, walk north, go through the factory level, get into the airship, get shot down in the airship, and then have a few cutscenes, and then you're there at the rigger. And that took a day. That's Xenogears. There's taking your time, and then there's whatever the hell that nonsense was. Cat, it's like 2 hours before your feeding time. Yeah, I know that sounds weird, but at this point in my life especially, just feeling like I'm sitting there spinning my wheels is one of the worst sensations to me. And that was Xenogears to a T. Honestly, when we hit Disc 2, you probably remember this if you were there for it, my mood perked up. Because all of a sudden stuff was actually happening. And story was moving forward, and gameplay was moving forward, and we were getting somewhere. Yeah, that's right. Disc 2. Yeah, that's the part people have ragged on for years, and I'm just like, that was the best part. I'm not even joking. I'm really not. Honestly, I've said it before and I'll say it again. Xenogears' problem was a new team who had never made video games before, who had never made an RPG before. Oh, great. Who had a terrible manager. Well, I am completely CC'd. My entire party is CC'd. Lost my train of thought. So, never made a game before, never made an RPG before, never worked at the PlayStation 1 before, terrible manager, and incredibly ambitious. Frankly, I am shocked the game is as good as it is. Because it should probably be much, much worse than it is. Yeah, exactly, Blade Javal. The FF6 and FF7 team might have been able to pull off Xenogears. But they weren't available because they quit. I mean, quit is exaggerated, but they stopped working as a team. They spread out like dandelions, either to other projects or to other companies.
We're good to go.
Yeah, that's what I'm referring to, Ross, is the Dream Team. I know the Dream Team also included some Dragon Quest developers, but point remaining. That is a good question, and truthfully, I don't really know, Retro Justice. Chrono Trigger has always been one of those weird ones. Because a lot of people sort of refuse to talk about the behind-the-scenes of Chrono Trigger. Like, they talk in vagaries, or they give non-answers to questions. It's actually quite frustrating. I imagine there's some, like, professional courtesy there. Because, you know, it was a game basically put up by two separate companies.
That was easy.
And it's also held up on a bit of a pedestal, so, you know. You're not supposed to talk about it. Just shush. Just shush. Oh, he's got a chest cough. No. No! No! Yeah, exactly, Legible. Present the card that governs fate, which I apparently don't have. Okay. Whatever that means. Whatever, it's Sun 4, either way. I just look over here. Sun 4 requires a specific item. It's called a Destiny card. Whatever that is. So that's an interesting question. The answer is Square. That was the Squaresoft making the game. But Disney has always had executive veto over everything at Kingdom Hearts. We've actually talked about this before because the relative quality of individual worlds varies based on how much that particular team has been cool or not cool with their IP being used for a video game. That's all on Disney. Like, you can do whatever you want, but you have to run everything by us, is what it boils down to. Yeah, that's just as recently as Kingdom Hearts 3, which just shows how much that's still going. That was still true even all the way back in Kingdom Hearts 1, however. In fact, if you're paying attention, you may remember that Kingdom Hearts 1 was almost nothing but rehashes, right? It's one of the reasons almost none of the Disney worlds scored well. Because they were just cheap rehashes. This also inflicted Kingdom Hearts 2. For those of you who have not played Kingdom Hearts 2, I'm going to spoil something for you. The first time you... So you go to each world twice, right? The first time you go, it's pretty much just a cheap, crude rehash of the events of the film. And they suck. The second time, it's usually its own story, and the second time is usually much more interesting. But that first time had to be there, because mandate. And yes, Chain of Memories is Kingdom Hearts 1 abridged with some weirdly good story on the side. At least in the PS2 version. See, Chain of Memories, Recom, I should say specifically, has the benefit of being written and voice acted after Kingdom Hearts 2, and it shows. Where am I? Ah, okay. Like, some of the storytelling is just noticeably better. No, we'll be playing Recom. I actually don't own the original Com. Nope, gotta do it now, Weasel. We're doing it as we go. We have to do it, Weasel. We have to go back! Jesus Christ. Yeah, their hits do random status effects, which is the really irritating part. And the thing is, it's random status effects, so it doesn't really help to have, like, immunity to blah on. Because they can do other status effects, too. I don't remember if you were there when we did it, when we were covering it live, Ross. But, yeah. I need to catch up on Fire Emblem at some point. I was actually debating... best chest message right here. Right there. That's the best. That's it. That's me after writing chestnut message number 500. Smashing the keyboard. What that was a sword, wasn't it? Kind of sword. Not the kind we're using. So yeah, so I was looking at Fire Emblem as a franchise. It's Agate. Thank you, Weasel. The problem with Fire Emblem as a franchise is they still haven't really released everything in a truly accessible fashion. So any look at the Fire Emblem franchise would be rather cherry-picked. Which is fine, technically. So it would be like 7 and 8, right? GBA. And then, honestly, we'd probably skip ahead to the GameCube one. I think, did they add that to the Switch Online? If they didn't, we'd skip ahead to Awakening on the 3DS. Yeah, so it'll be like 7 and 8, and then the GameCube one. Don't ask me which one it is. And then, yeah, well, then we skip ahead to 3DS. So Awakening, and then the chonker that is Fates. Of all the Fire Emblem games, that's the one I'm most not looking forward to covering someday. Just because of the insanity that is that chunk of that Pokemon style of games. And yeah, and then we skip ahead to Three Houses, and that's the Fire Emblem series. Pretty much. Right? 1, I could probably get a hold of 1, but like, And then we've got 4, which I technically do actually have a copy of, but I don't have anything about 5 or 6. Oh yeah, then there's Engage. We're gonna have to cover Engage before we cover the new one, OBS. That's just logic right there. Hang on. You did ask a question. Ask my opinion on my view on games that deny you success misery games. Well, you didn't actually ask the question, Disco, but yeah, you can ask your question. Fates is already on the list, Czar. But I think it's a specific thing of Fates. Hang on. Let's do anything other than playing the game. Let's look this up really quick here. Do you know I have a website? Which I'm pulling up right now. Fates. Okay, so apparently actually what I have is Echoes. Specifically Fire Emblem Echoes. I don't know what the relation is of Echoes to Fates. So here's Echoes. I do own that. Oh, so this is the remake. Okay. I guess Fates is not on the list. My bad. I guess I just saw other 3DS Fire Emblem game and sort of automatically assumed that it was Fates. Excuse me. Apparently this came out after Fates, if I'm looking at this correctly. And then Three Houses. Being completely honest, I'm also dreading Three Houses. You know why. It's a good game. It's just, oh my god, that's just... Anyways. Moving on. So I guess this is gonna be Ren? For all this time, we finally found you. Must have been a long time looking for the person inside. I do have 3 hopes. It is on the list, even. What funded game am I most dreading to get to? At this point, kind of null. If you think about it. Like, I would say, you know, Trails in the Sky, but we're over the hump on that. I guess we have to go back, don't we? Alright, whatever. Honestly, almost everything left on the funding list is stuff I put there. The only exception is that it's Age of Empires 1, which is whatever. And, yeah, VTMB 2. That's kind of it. Everything else is stuff I put there. Oh no, I am really looking forward to Lufia 2. Are you kidding me? No, hear me out. Hear me out. There are 3 possibilities for Lufia 2R. It'll actually be good. I doubt it, but, you know, then in which case it'll be a good game. It'll actually be terrible. In which case that'll be awesome. Or it'll be boring. Those are the at this point. Those are the options. Oh, Third Benefit's gonna suck so badly. It's gonna be great. Yeah, I'm not sure what we're gonna be reviewing next. So I haven't said this out loud. Supposedly I'm gonna be moving at the end of the month. But the thing is, I've been hesitant to even announce that because how many times have I said that already? Just since being here, right? I'm kind of sick of being told I'm gonna move and then it being pushed back again. So we're going to finish this game this week, right? There's not that much left of this. And then there's this big question mark of, now what? And I'm sort of like holding my breath right now to see if there's any news before I 100% decide what's happening next. We might just jump right into Age of Empires 1. And just get that out of the way, because that was the winner of the October poll. Yes, Cat, I know you exist. I know you exist. I know you exist. It's still a month out, Czar. I'm also not sure where I'm going to be exact. Yeah, Polemic Day is legitimately something I'm debating. Because I'm not sure if, you know, I'm going to do that here or there, right? Assuming there is a there. House still hasn't sold. Of course it hasn't. And the new house hasn't been procured. So yeah, so nothing has changed. Right? There's no news. Nothing is different. I'll figure it out. It's one of the reasons I was debating chunking in some of those EA games and just getting those out of the way. Kind of remove EA from the list. Well, think about the world ending. I mean, the world's not going to end. Not until I do it myself. Unless you mean last week, in which case, I missed it! Yeah, no, I'm just sitting here, Huthor. I'm just sitting here. How's your move going? At least I think it was you. I know it's someone I know who's in Britain who's moving right now. Might be someone else. Because I got a few people over the pond. So forgive me if I'm misremembering. What happened last week? The rapture happened! Oh my god! It is Ren. It is Ren. Holy crap. It really is Ren. Looks like she's fast asleep. Papa, Mama, why? Hug her, Estelle. Hug her. Hug. That poor kid. Oh, this is just a dream. Ren? Estelle? Joshua and Tita, too. What a nice dream this is. Ren! Oh, she did hug her! Aww. Oh. Oh, silly Estelle, you're supposed to be older than me. You shouldn't be acting like a clingy child. You're so warm, though. You smell so nice. It's almost like this isn't a dream. What's going on? Ren, what are you doing here? No, never mind that. What am I doing here? It's okay. I'm going to explain now, so try and stay calm, okay? You see, we're not sure how it happened. Don't come any closer. If you take another step to me, I will kill you. Try to handle this. Do you mind taking a step back? Okay. I'm happy to see you again, Ren. How have you been all this time? How's that any of your business? You're just as bad as Estelle is. Won't you two leave me alone and stop following me around? I figured you must have noticed. You're right. For the past few months, we've been traveling around trying to find you. We're in Crossbill at the moment, too. Are we getting warmer? Crossbill? Why? Why do you want to find me so much? We just want a chance to talk with you. We heard from a reliable source you haven't been back to Ouroboros since we've last fought. Is that true? What's that have to do with either of you? All I want is to be left alone. I don't want to talk to either of you. I don't even want to see you. I can't. Won't you just leave me be? Sorry, Ren, this one's on me. Ever since you flew off, I haven't been able to get you off my mind. I've been getting Joshua to look after where you might be, and we've been going around chasing down every possible lead. That's why I'm so happy to finally be able to see you again like this. But... Oh, I get it now. You're lying, aren't you? Really, all of that's just a cover for the fact that you're trying to capture me. What? Sorry to disappoint you, but I only know about as much as Joshua does about Ouroboros. Even if you catch me, you're not going to get anything useful out of me. And even if I did know lots of dirty secrets, I wouldn't tell you. Don't you feel really stupid for wasting your time now? Wait, that's not... Or are you going to try to get lucky anyway? You sure brought a lot of familiar faces for backup. Even I might have trouble taking this many people on at once. Please don't make me fight Ren. But I'm confident I'll leave at least a few of you headless before I end up beaten. Ren? You gotta be kidding me. What am I supposed to do, Shara? Honest me, this doesn't look good. I think I know who you are now. Ouroboros Enforcer 15, excuse me. Angelus Lauder, correct? So you do know me. I don't know you, though. You a knight of the church? Yes, I am Rhys Argent, Esquire. Well, I may not be very familiar with your circumstances, but it hurts you to behave less like a self-centered child. Excuse me? Did you call me a self-centered child? From what I've heard, your intelligence and deductive reasonings have few peers. I led you to join Ouroboros, obtaining both the current rank and abilities you now have. So unless I'm wrong, I find it very hard to believe I haven't already figured out that this isn't a trap we set to capture you, and that you still expect us to waste our time and humor your little temper tantrum. So yes, I did call you a self-centered child. Damn, she doesn't miss words. Now, you're a brave one, aren't you, miss? You hear a lowly square like you trying to provoke an enforcer like me? I just really wanted to splatter all over the floor. I could say the same to you. I have no idea why everyone else here regards you favorably, but I, for one, have no interest in being friends with someone from Ouroboros. So if a battle's what you want, I'll be more than willing to oblige. Templar, sorta. This can certainly be a rude awakening in the right hands. Of course, everyone else who's ever tried to challenge me ended up with being quite predictable after a while. Before long, they're all begging for mercy, like pigs about to be slaughtered. It was so pitiful. I can't wait to hear you do the same. Ren? No. Do you actually want to fight? Or do you only intend to stand around sounding threatening? I suppose that is enough talking. Both of you, stop it! Tita? Why are the two of you so desperate to try and fight when you know you don't really want to? Ren, you were trying to make it sound like you don't care about Estelle and Joshua, but deep down you're happy to see them again, and you know it. And Rhys, you've already realized Ren's not actually a bad person. It doesn't matter that she's from Ouroboros. Well, I'm happy? Of course I'm not. Why would I possibly... Then why'd you look so happy when Estelle hugged you? Right until the moment you realized this was all real, you were acting like it was the best dream you've ever had. And now you're saying you don't want to talk to them? You don't want to see them? Hold on a minute, Tita. That's not true at all. That's not true. Oh, Jesus Christ, Tita. And now Tita's crying. You made Tita cry, Ren. Sorry, she just cut my life short by about 10 minutes. Or 10 years, excuse me. Look at you, honestly. I thought you were a year older than me, you know? Here you are crying away. You're not setting a very good example. I can't help it. What am I supposed to do when you guys finally see each other and all you want to end up doing is fighting? That's just too sad. And now she's crying. Hey! Hey, hey, hey. What are you crying for? Why'd you have to... You know the answer to that already, Ren. It's because she likes you. Yeah, we had 2 extended... Like an hour and a half of our lives was dedicated towards explaining that Tita likes Ren. Hey, Ren? I know we've still got our differences, but how about we put all aside and call it truce for now? Truce? As I'm sure you can tell, we're in the middle of a really messy situation right now. However you got here, you've ended up being dragged right into it with us. I'd say it's in our best interest to work together. At least until we get out of here. What do you say? It's certainly true, there's plenty we don't know about our predicament. Having someone with your intellect on our side may help to fill in the remaining blanks. In fact, I would greatly welcome your assistance. Yeah, I'm with the Colonel. I'm not a Colonel. Regardless, I think it'd be your best interests. Cooperating will allow you to gather information more efficiently, as well as make it easier for you to ensure your own safety. That's true. It's obvious wherever we are, it's somewhat abnormal. So it goes without saying, having me around will be a big help to all of you. Alright, out of respect for Tita's bravery, I'll spare you all this time. Fill me in. Just so we're clear, I haven't decided where I'm going to work with you or not. I'm just promising to listen. Then I'll decide. Explain, explain, explain. I see. I think I've got a pretty good idea what's going on now. Whoever chose this place's name couldn't have picked a better one, could they? What? Have you figured out something we hadn't? Possibly. I'm still uncertain yet. I'm relatively confident in my theory after hearing the Colonel's story, though. My own experience was the same as everyone else's. Ended up here after being surrounded by a sudden white light. But you say you weren't wearing your uniform when it happened, right, Colonel? Yes, I wasn't. As I explained to everyone else, I was wearing shirt and slacks like I do every other day at work. Just checking. So tell me something. Would you say you have quite a strong emotional attachment to that uniform? Pardon? Oh, that's a definite yes. It's a symbol of your past, the past you can't move on from, even though you need to. Am I right? Yes, you are. So surprised you feel that way from my perspective. And lo and behold, the moment you appeared in this world, you were wearing the very same uniform again. Whatever do you think that could mean? I mean, when I arrived here, my attachment to the past ended up being manifested as reality. In other words, this world is capable of changing based on people's thoughts. Now it makes sense. Well, to me, it doesn't. Can you explain it in slightly less complicated terms for the rest of us? Oh, they're so much longer, Ruthless Tim. When you get to the Cold Steel series, most of those are 80 to 100 hours long. There's 5 of those. Remember how Luciola used a gospel to make you experience a dream, right? Okay. The dreams we saw were different depending on what we wanted to see. Of course, unlike that, this isn't a dream, but the concept is basically the same. Anyway, just like in Luciola's dream worlds, this world changes depending on what the people inside of it want. Also happens to recreate places that exist in their memories, too. It all falls into place once you simplify it, doesn't it? So it does. It explains the monuments and how the doors work. Still, while that explanation may explain the contents of the world, I find it hard to believe any of us would desire the predicament we found ourselves in. Oh, I don't disagree. We're not the only ones here, though, are we? Oh, so in other words, many of the contents of the world exist because of us, but its overall structure is the result of someone else. From what I can gather, yes. What exactly is making this all possible is the puzzle I'm still puzzling over. Yes, Cat? Hey, calm down. That's it. Calm down. He's been jumpy today. I don't think he likes storms. Sorry. What exactly is making all this possible is the part I'm still puzzling over. Making people's wishes reality was the purpose of the Oriole, but now that that's been lost, I can't think of anything else capable of doing the same. It's easy for us to point the finger at who wished this world to behave the way it does, at the very least. The Lord of Phantasma. Exactly. Based on everything that's been said, they weren't in this world originally. That was just the ghost you encountered. Until the Lord of Phantasma, she simply watched over this place from this garden here. Then they showed up, stole her power, and started remaking the world according to their own whims. Result is what we're stuck in right now. Well, what do you think? Wow. So you just popped your head in and solved all these crazy mysteries like they were nothing. Certainly impressive. Even I hadn't been able to do that much. You really are a genius, Ren. I'm sure you can work it out if you put your mind to it, Joshua. Unless Estelle's stupidity is actually contagious and rubbed off on you. Well, that's not very nice. I'm pretty sure it's not the case. Either way, it sounds like this Lord of Phantasma person likes games as much as I do. Without me, I don't know if you'll be able to beat them. So I suppose I better lend you all a hand. Hope you're all very grateful. Yeah, sure. Time to use that cube to take us back to the 5th plane so we can move on. Now we've gotten close to working out what's going on, we should be able to move to the next part of the game board now. Guessing our opponents were to make their move too. Someone's confident. We need to use Rand, right? Would you like to come and have a look with me, Tita? I'm not sure just the two of us would be a good idea. Oh, she was opposed to being with us earlier, but look at her now. I'm really glad she came around. Hopefully get a chance to talk to her while we're here, too. I was just thinking that, Kenix Cow. I'm not sure I want the answer to that. So I hesitate to get rid of my only mage, so I'm going to swap out Richard for Ren for now.
Leave it to Ren!
Although while we're here, there's something I haven't done in a minute. Let's see, so Richard gives us CP recovery, movement, and lowered magic defense. Is that all I haven't tried out? I mean, I guess I haven't tried out. Hang on.
Here we go!
Ren gives us... Oh, that's not fair, game! Plus 15% experience gain, plus 20% Sepith gain. Minus 5% defense. Well, I want to at least try out Ren in combat first. But that sounds like she just earned a permanent slot in the support slot.
Leave it to Ren!
She has an interesting setup. Jesus. Can I just buy one? I can. I can buy 2. I did actually, Disco. I didn't fully understand it, as funny as that probably sounds. Because what you described is you don't like board games, which is understandable. I know a lot of people who don't like board games. But I don't see how it specifically applies to JRPGs in the way that doesn't apply to basically every other type of game. All video games, all games really, exist on rules, right? And rules have limitations and restrictions on what you can do, regardless of whether you want to do it or not. Whether it's a waist-high fence, or whether it's not being able to, like, just punch the bad guy in the middle of the cutscene, or whether it's not being able to, like, recover in the middle of a dungeon, or whatever. It's part of the rules. That's what makes it a game. Which leads me to an interesting question. Do you not like games? No judgment. It's worth noting. I'm just curious. Let's do the door. Honestly, yeah, Ross. Well, I know Huthor hates games. Because games, by definition, have continuity. And politics. And Huthor hates both of those things. Calvard Republic. There's a city in this country, a place where migrants from the east have recreated their homeland down to the bright lacquered tiles. Nicknamed the Eastern Quarter, it was home to people of all kinds from all places. The northern outskirts of the town was a little rundown bar. Doubtless it had been presentable once, but the plaster was crumbling and the doors, what doors were left barely fitted their pitted frames. Of course, such a seedy place attracted clientele to match. Inside were two gamblers of exceptional skill. It was only mere months ago when they had turned the underworld on its head in a match of the century. First was Jack, Gambler Jack, a prolific blue-eyed gambler known by the moniker Victory Jack, who was finally able to put his past behind him. Second was Hallie, a petite gambler who remained doggedly by his side despite his best attempts to shake her. Today was yet another ordinary day at the bar. However, the shriek of the door opening announced the arrival of someone who was anything but. That's interesting. Who the hell are you? Gotta be the really dumb or brave. That's saying something with this joint. I'm putting my money in the former. How about you? Hey, get away from him, guys. Who the hell are you? Sorry about that. I'm sure that wasn't the welcome you were expecting when you stepped in here. Not bad people, really, I swear. Although, you can be certainly forgiven for looking at them like that. You a customer by chance? Here, let me show you the tip. Okay. You're quite the unusual one, if you don't mind me saying so. Not many people would willingly come to a rundown bar like this, especially not in the middle of the day. I'm not saying it was a bad idea to come here, of course. Sure, it's in desperate need of reservations. The regulars are a rowdy bunch, but there's something warm about this place. Like I'm home. Food's better than you think, too. Dude, some of the best food I've ever had is in the dives. That's not a joke. Why does she have, like, a bracelet, a belt chain, a necklace, and then another necklace? A Yum Gong, I think? Mix of spicy with the right amount of sourness. It's your mouth watering, that's a definite yes. How about something to drink? Just water? Sorry, what was that? You're looking for Jack. He's usually sleeping in the back at this time of day. Just come here to challenge him a game? So I don't even think that if that's what you're here for. Alright, I'll go talk to him. The guy wants to take Jack on. If he takes him up on it, this can be real interesting. Wouldn't be so sure about that. It ain't often Jack actually gets serious. I don't know if that guy's got what it takes to bring it out of him. Oh, man. So, back when I lived in the South, well, Southeast, I didn't go to Waffle Houses very often, but almost every single time that I went to a Waffle House, it was weirdly good. Oh, you don't mean the chain, you mean a Waffle House. Got it. I was gonna say, Waffle House food can be weirdly good. Like, legitimately good. Seems he's still hungover, doesn't want to get up for a drink. Oh, well. How about you and I have a game first? You beat me, I'll go bug him again. Okay, sure. So this is Hallie. Alright. I'll take that as a yes. Blackjack? Ugh. Alright. Let's play blackjack. I'm actually pretty bad at blackjack. No, sorry, I didn't even get to finish answering Disco. Long story short, I get you. I do. Everyone has different things for immersion, and a game hiding the fact that it's a game actually makes perfect sense. I imagine most people prefer that when it comes to immersion. Weirdly enough, I'm kind of the exact opposite of that. And I'm not saying that like to brag or whatever. I mean that. I prefer a game which is definitively a game, if that makes any sense. The more game a game is, the more I tend to get into it, quite frankly, regardless of the story axis. Now, a game that has a solid story axis, that's just gold right there. Again, StarCraft 2 is probably the example of that for me. But Mega Man, right? Or Zelda. Or Final Fantasy. Anyways, yeah, so obviously hit, it's literally the only option here. Yeah, I'll stand on that. It's a 20, of course I'll stand on it. Duh. What kind of stupid question is that? Jesus Christ. Okay, hit again. Yeah, exactly, Mr. Red. So allow me to professionally disagree with Retro Justice, but I legitimately think... Yeah, I'm gonna hit. I legitimately think that one of the biggest problems with RPGs is the attitude Retro Justice just mentioned. No offense, but for the last, I'd say, 50 years, RPGs have been relegated to it's okay to have bad gameplay. Nobody cares about the gameplay of an RPG. And that's why we get stuff like Trails in the Sky 1, to be perfectly frank, or Xenogears, or Chrono Cross, or whatever. Like, we get games, RPGs, that are solid on the story axis, but barely try on the gameplay axis, right? I myself, I've said this before, the first RPG I ever played that I enjoyed the gameplay of was Final Fantasy VI, FF3 at the time. And I remember even then, because I'd played plenty of RPGs up until that point in time, I remember being shocked at having good gameplay in an RPG. It was like this new paradigm to me. And ever since then, I've sought out RPGs that have solid gameplay, because you get a good RPG story with solid gameplay underneath it. What you have is gold, right? I'm gonna go ahead and hit. This is bad odds. And we're done. Yeah, we lost. We were gonna lose anyways. If we stood, we would have lost. So that was no change. No kidding, Easel. I mean, again, going back to Trails in the Sky 1, all of the pieces for good gameplay were there, but the specifics weren't. The balance and design of what should cost what, which attacks should do what effects, and how much damage should they do. What are the stats of these enemies? What's the rewards from these enemies, right? All of those specific individual elements of gameplay were just lacking in the first game, and they fixed all that for the second game, so that helped. Like, the second game didn't really fundamentally... didn't really change the format all that much, right? It just did it better. Okay. I'm gonna stand. No. She had a 20. Jesus Christ. Is she cheating? Stand. Yeah, no. Actually, yeah, Ruthless Tim. God of War Ragnarok is a game I will never touch again. It has a really, really, really good story. But I hated the gameplay. Like, I think the gameplay for that game was like a net +2 or something like that. It was actively arduous to play. Same thing with Witcher 3. Witcher 3 is a game I've never beaten without cheats, because I can't stand the combat and the traversal and the quest design and several aspects of the Witcher 3 gameplay. Witcher 2 is so much worse. Witcher 2's gameplay is terrible. Let's not even get into that. Ooh. Hit me. And we're busted. That's okay. She had 21. There was no winning that. Witcher 1, I didn't mind the combat of. I commented on it during the room. Hit me. It's another bust. We both busted. That's funny. Hit me. I would have lost anyways. Yep, we lost. Yeah, lower the difficulty, please. I don't care. Just give me off this. No, it's okay. Honestly, and I didn't mean this as an insult for a reason, Disco. Your attitude is the norm. Most people, in my experience, don't really care, Jesus Christ, about the gameplay axis of games. In general, really. Like, have you noticed how much of a trend there is lately towards movie games? I'll go back to God of War 4 and 5 for an example of that, right? Those games are basically movies where occasionally you hit a button. I know you could use that argument for a bunch of games, but no, I mean, like, it's really become a big thing lately. Like, way more so than it ever used to be. I'm just getting crushed here. Hit me. And... we'll stand on a 16. And we'll lose. God damn it, I'm getting swept! Any game that I enjoy replaying, regardless of story quality, or regardless of gameplay quality. So, let me start by saying no. However, the dynamic changes a little bit if we add... God damn it! If we add cheats to the mix. I am far more willing to play through... Yeah, I'm just getting mulched. I don't like blackjack. Give me poker, I'll be able to play well. If I can cheat, I'm far more willing to tolerate the game in order to just watch the story, because at that point I'm just watching the game, right? I'll use a specific example, which I know is going to get me just absolutely blasted here. I don't like the gameplay of Final Fantasy Tactics. I never have. I have replayed Final Fantasy Tactics multiple times. But, damn it! Zero Disco. And we just busted. That's a good question, Drax. Yeah. No, I get your point exactly, Retro Justice. Like I said, you're the normal one here. I'm the weirdo for not being that way. Oh, God, she had 20. I had 19 and she had 20. Just stand. Just stand. It might literally not be looking. I'm half tempted to just start mashing and praying for RNG, because this is ridiculous. I like how it's like, lowering the difficulty. What does that mean in context of blackjack, exactly? And we've lost for the third time. What the goddamn hell? This is just our stream now. I asked for gameplay, and this is what I got. What the hell was I talking about? I'm trying to think of specific games where I actively find the gameplay bad, but I enjoy it for the story. Funnily enough, we actually have an entire term for that on the site. Those are called storybook games. Of course. I hate I do not enjoy blackjack. Poker, at least there's some, for lack of a better way to put it, gameplay to it. Blackjack, honestly, I don't think blackjack has as much gameplay to it, for lack of a better way to put that. If we check the website right now, just do that. Check the reviews thing. We sort by modifier. Because we have a bunch of first games, we have a few garbage games. We only have 3 storybook games. Games I would only play again with cheats on. Those are Spiritfarer, God of War 5, and Planescape Torment. And honestly, yeah, I think I would go ahead and stand by all 3 of those. Like, Planescape Torment certainly has some good stuff going for it, but really, just cheat. You... God damn it! I swear she's cheating. I swear she's cheating. That is not the first time she's just had 2 face cards. I mean, Jesus Christ. Do you know the odds of that? Yeah, poker has multiple aspects of design to it, really. Okay, hit, because, and stand. Look at that! Look at that! She just got 2 face cards for the second time in this session. I had a 19 again. This is so stupid. I'm going to go and just give this a negative right now. This is entirely too RNG based, and she is straight up cheating. I'm sorry. Well, I haven't touched the remake, obviously, because it just came out. But I did talk to the majority shareholder. We are going to play the remake specifically when it comes to FFT. We'll stay there. Yeah, no kidding, Retro Justice. I stand by my reaction in Discord. Listen, I just want to defend my opinion of FFT. Image of the mountain monks. Frickin' mountain monks. God damn them. Sure, of course she had 2 10s. Good God. Oh, that's tough, Uthor. Okay, I'm gonna share Uthor's question with the crowd. You get to be the primary, the mainliner, the director of a proper remake of a game. You bitch! I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You're okay. Yeah, that was actual anger you just heard. I'm sorry. I know you don't understand that there's things other than you. Ugh. In case you missed that, she got a 20 again in her initial draw when I had a 19. Again, by the way. That just keeps happening. Hit. Ah! So, last match, literally, she's got a face card, and you know what that means. It means she's got another face card there. Okay. Oh, God. I actually know what that game is, Tara. Yeah, I'm gonna stand. I agree. Bet on bust. She had a 20! She had 2 face cards! You monster! You monster! Can I have another 40-minute cutscene, please? case you missed that, she just got an actual blackjack. Hi, Sean. I'm playing blackjack. Draw? I got a 20! And it's a draw? And the cat just went running. I'm sorry, cat. I'm not sorry at all. Screw it. God damn it. Oh my god. Oh my god. We just drew on a freaking 20. I want you to know that. I want you to know that I had a goddamn 20 and she drew me. Oh my god, DZ Maven. She drew me like our French girls. I feel violated now. Yeah, by the way, we supposedly lowered the difficulty. Okay, hang on. I know what to do now. This is war now. I'm gonna stab her. I'm gonna straight up stab her. Yeah, no, it's a remake. A remake, the whole point of a remake is redoing, right? Hit. Of course. It's okay, she had a 19. She was gonna win anyway, so that was a guaranteed loss. You notice how many of these, by the way, are mathematically guaranteed losses? I don't know how much you know about blackjack. I don't know how much you know about odds or time or anything like that. But quite a few of these, there was no way to win. Guaranteed loss, no matter what I did. I want you to be cognizant of the fact that the game is just spitting in my eye. No, I'm gonna stab her. I'm gonna reach over and stab her. Oh, that's awful. Oh, that's even worse. Okay, one more. Ah! Yeah, no, that was a lose. There was no way. Oh, come on! By the way, this is mandatory for getting the final door, DZ Maven. That's why I'm sticking with this. She just won with 2 face cards. This is what this is now. This is just me losing at blackjack over and over and over. To a liar and a cheat. I know what we do with cheaters in gambling. I'm well aware of what we do with cheaters in gambling. You asshole. By the way, there's a second episode of this, which is optional, thank God. Which is even harder than fighting this twit. If you could call this a fight. You goddamn asshole. This is the hardest boss in the entire game. This is just the worst. This is the worst. I swear to God. Okay, I was saying, if she ties me on 21... She's gonna beat me on 19. What do you want to bet? She drew me! She drew me on 19. I slug her. I turn to the GM. I slug her. What? You're in the middle of a crowded gambling hall. I reach back and hit her in the face as hard as I can. I want to put all of my strength behind this. I want to slug her so hard I will break my hand doing it. I want her to be crapping out her own teeth for the next week. Roll a d20. She just got another blackjack! Do you know what the odds are of getting a blackjack? On draw, by the way. Which I guess you have to, so whatever. I'm about to just give up on this and say, I don't care what the last door is, because this is stupid. This is really, really stupid. I have to win both next matches to win, by the way. And I just got a 19, and you know what that means. It means she just got another blackjack! She just got a second blackjack in the same round! I'm sorry, that is straight up cheating. That is 100% cheating. And the fact that a door is dependent on this kind of RNG is nonsense. No, we are not playing this music. This is not the music to be playing at this moment. This is like the dread, oh god, everything's horrible and dying song. And she keeps calling me a letdown every time she wins, by the way. Every single time she's like, that was a bit of a letdown. You are lucky to be alive, you twit. Okay, remake. Yeah! 2 face cards! 2 face cards! How does she keep getting 2 face cards? On her initial draw, she just keeps getting 2 face cards. I think it's the most likely thing she's gotten, statistically speaking, this entire playthrough is just 2 face cards, 2 face cards. Over and over and over again. I will kill you, Tara. I will straight up murder you. I just want you to know that. There will be death in your future. Yeah, I haven't ripped any of the War Within music yet. Which is a shame, because there's a lot of bangers in War Within soundtrack I really want to grab. God damn it! Okay. Makes the initial idea easy. Sure. Watch, we're gonna lose on the 19. What do you want to bet? We lost to the 19! No, 19! Oh. And she wins again. She wins again. I want her to die. I want to slowly strangle the life out of her. I want her to beg me, pleading with tears for me to spare her, and I am not going to. I am going to rip her skeleton out of her body and fling it out the window! Alright, Mook says I should start hitting on 17s, which busted me, of course. So I lose, obviously. We're gonna do that. We're gonna do that for at least a round. See how bad this goes. I'm gonna stand on a 20, which means, oh, we actually won. Holy crap! Yeah, is this woman cheating? Obviously, the game is cheating. I think it's pretty obvious. Okay, so we just hit on a 16 and busted. But yeah, the game is clearly cheating. 100%. Okay. And we're busted. She got a 21. I mean, you're right, Mook. Well, now we're tied, which means she's about to get 2 face cards, and I'm going to bust. What do you want to bet? Hit. And we're busted. And we're both busted. Okay, I actually didn't expect that. Alright, so now I gotta win this round, and she's gonna get 2 face cards. 14, we have to hit on a 14. And we're busted! And she wins. You know what's funny is I have a mini games little guide over here to help me figure out the doors. It says nothing at all about this. Nothing. I'm double checking our spruce, but I sincerely doubt it. There's a Reddit post about this, which I will not read because it's very cuss-laden. But the last line of it says, and I quote, "I've been playing this minigame for 3 hours." Yes, yes. Saudi Arabian government now owns EA. And EA is about to fire a bunch of people in order to, you know... Yeah. See, the really funny thing here is there is such a thing as card counting, right? I'm like 90% certain you can't card count here. Let me try to explain that a little bit. Sorry, because when I say card counting... Oh, this is a great song, but... Yeah. When I say card counting, I need to clarify, because when most people hear card counting, they hear cheating. So I'm probably using the wrong terminology. Forgive me. When you're playing blackjack, you're playing from a single deck, right? Which means if you draw a card, then you don't draw another card. So it's part of the odds. It's part of the odds, right? It's part of the odds. It's part of deciding whether or not you should hit or draws, because, well, I need an ace, but I happen to know I've seen 3 aces already. Right, so... yeah. I'm angry. I'm actually angry. I'm gonna make one more attempt at this goddamn thing. Just one. And I'm going to lose. You bitch. I would have murdered her in real life. I'm strong enough. I could choke her to death before anyone else gets to me. I would have murdered her if this was real life. She is so clearly and overtly cheating. All she has to do is win one hand to win right now, by the way. I have to win 3. And we're done. I'm going to be petty. I usually don't do that. I'm going to give it 3 negatives. That is a legitimately terrible door. No joke. No humor. This is garbage. I mean, if this was any other game, I would probably give this triple negative. Locking content behind pure RNG is by itself terrible. Yeah, bad luck production is an old concept. That goes back to the NES era in terms of being able to code such a thing. And Final Fantasy IX, Sea of Stars, FF7R2. Thank you, Communist Nation, very much. So yeah, no, exactly. It's RNG. So hang on. She's cheating. I don't care. She's cheating. Straight up. And then there's the RNG on my side. And then there's the fact that it's blocking me from actually accessing content in the game. Meat content, by the way. Doors are considered prime opt, right? Yeah, this is a progression blocker, exactly. This is stupid. This is awful. But the extra little flavor that makes it even worse is the fact that she makes fun of me every single time I fail. She belittles and mocks you when you lose. I haven't been reading all her dialogue out loud, but trust me, I've been reading it. She is not kind. So the game pisses in your Cheerios, and when you get upset about it, it says, "Oh, you're gonna cry." Screw you. Okay. And yeah, she's the dealer. For those of you not aware, because this is 2025, we have long since mathed out the long-term mathematical odds of blackjack. For those of you not aware, blackjack is always in the dealer's favor, 100% of the time. I'm not going to run you down through the math. Just trust me. You can look it up if you really feel like it, because, like I said, people have dissected and broken down all of these types of games excessively. Blackjack is always in the dealer's favor by design. And that's like regardless of any other figure or factor. Go to hell. Come back when you've managed to brush up your skills. What skills, pray tell, madam? God, I'm angry about that. That is so bullcrap. Okay, so this is the blackjack. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong map. Where am I? No, I'm good. Thanks, game. There it is. It's the other direction. It's literally the other direction. We are both empty. Oh man, you know what could make that actually worse? Imagine if every time you lost, you actually lost like Mira or something. The playful minstrel and his closest ally against the beast they seek to overcome. So that's like Mueller and Olivier, right? I have 35 Mira, Mr. Red. No, you heard that correctly. That's the double digit. Yeah, all I lost was time. I think it was about time, right? No, I think I actually bought up to my limit last time. So you're on DZ Maven. Don't worry, trust me, this isn't spoiling nearly as much as it looks like it is. Like, you see, it's like, oh my god, this is so spoilery. No, this is someone's screensaver. There's nothing going on here.
Later, Corpsey.
I mean, plenty of games suddenly find themselves at the end. You know, Mystic Quest syndrome. This could be one of those situations. More games drop off at the end. We'll see which one this one is. That is true, Blade Jamal. If you remember, Kingdom Hearts 1 really did start getting plenty of positives in the last few worlds. It just wasn't enough to offset the first few worlds. I'm probably wondering why I'm not attacking as many enemies here. Almost all the enemies here have attacks that proc status effects, and that just makes them irritating. Exactly. Easy.
When we get
Alright, as much as the allure of actually making progress is alluring, should go do the door. Let me tell you, I am not in the mindset to do a door right now. A damn door. But, you can do a job.
Do it!
That's alright. No. Try Exia. I think you know the answer to that, Retro Justice. In real life, I do, Brigman. 1 month after the collapse of the Liber Arc, the banquet to celebrate the crisis's successful resolution was over with, and Estelle and her friends having largely left the capital to go elsewhere. One of them, however, Prince Oliver Reese Arnor, I don't know, sat rather comfortably in the ambassador's office in the Grand Cell Erebonian Embassy, his work in the country not quite settled. And my deepest apologies for not noting you were His Highness sooner. Man, I love how all that narration text was completely necessary because it's all conveyed by literally just the image we're looking at right now. I'm not surprised you never realized. I may be a prince, but my mother was a commoner. What point is there in bothering to remember my face? It's not as though I often showed myself in the palace or attended high society gatherings. Knowing me isn't going to help you moving up the ranks, my friend. There's no need to be so humble, Your Highness. Besides, I'm actually rather grateful to you, Ambassador. You gave me all kinds of useful advice during my stay in the embassy. I'm sure it will be to my benefit in the future. I declare. Well meant words, such as act like a man of the Empire for once in your life, and stop idling here, go home, try to do some damned work. Your Highness, I was only, Your Highness, I think you've tormented him enough for one day. I've ever played FF Tactics. Yes! Is it good? No. However, the remake supposedly fixes a lot of the issues with it. I've heard good stuff. The Ambassador behaved in this way, same way any other sane man would his position. If anything, I'd say he has a right to be angry at us for keeping the truth from him, and... You've done admirable work, acting as a pipeline with the Empire, checking the safety of the Erebonians, helping the International Liner Service. That was only the tip of the iceberg. You've done much more. The story is considered one of the best FF stories we've ever had. It drops off at the end, as all games do, but it's still considered top tier, story-wise. The people seem to be rather relieved now that they know the danger's past. That's thanks to your courage. There's no point in flattering me. I did what I could. Couldn't have done anything alone. All I was able to accomplish was thanks to those around me. I'm fairly removed from the stereotype of Erebonians as strong, stern, and self-sufficient, if I say so myself. As rude as it may be, agree, perhaps you're correct. Yet I believe your willingness to be flexible helped you rather than hindered you. I believe people like you are exactly what the Empire is going to need in the future, regardless of how I may be about His Excellency and the Chancellor's approach. Well, this is a surprise. I was under the impression you supported the Chancellor. Then again, you are a noble. Does that lead you to oppose his reformist policies? I may be a noble on paper, but I'm only a baron. Really, Push-Ups? Stab! Alright, Push-Ups is dead. Oh, sorry, I thought you were dealing blackjack to me, Push-Ups. I apologize. I may be a noble on paper, but I'm only a baron. All in all, I generally fall in favor of his reformist policies. Be that as it may, while this may be the result of being in Liberl for so long and being influenced by the way of its people, I sometimes find myself being frightened by his hardline approach. Can't help but wonder exactly what direction he's trying to take our old nation. Interesting. Your Highness? I was just thinking I'm quite glad to take the chance to engage in such fruitful talk with you before departing. I pray you often continue all you can to ensure the peace of the Barrel and its surrounding nations will go. Perfectly in cooperation with Ambassador Cochrane. Let's not forget her, I suppose. Still, it's true since the non-aggression pact was signed, there's been some progress with regards to the crossbell problem. Given it was Liberal who proposed said pact, that makes my role in future negotiations important indeed. I presume that's what you're trying to say? You're a sharp one, my good man. Excellent. I return to the capital with my mind at ease. Leave everything to me, your highness. I'll be looking forward to hearing what you achieve back in our homeland. So, to clarify, when I say the end of FFT, I mean the outro. The ending's actually fine. In fact, I like the ending. But, no spoilers, obviously, but from right about the point at which the main plot stops, which is like 6 or 7 missions before the end of the game, up until the last mission is... bad, is the word I want to use. First of all, the mission quality nosedives. Like, it gets really bad very quickly. But that's on the gameplay axis. Even on the story axis, nothing really happens. It's just, alright, we've resolved all the plot threads, all the character threads, the politics, and the story, and the depth, and the world building. Okay, let's go kill God with friendship. And it's like, wait, what? Like, it just twists into JRPG land, more or less out of nowhere and at the last second. I'm being slightly exaggerative, but only slightly. It really does get very weird towards the outro there. And then the ending's good. So. If the day would come when I would hear such things like that from a noble of the Empire. He's apparently somewhat less of an obstinate man than I thought he was. Yeah, no, FFT is played very straight, very seriously, very grounded. Oh, but it's actually not God. You're killing Jesus Christ, which is even worse. What's really funny is FFT, if I could spoil slightly, uses its fantastical elements very well until the ending, until the outro. Excuse me. Like, yeah, the gems exist before that, and yeah, there's magic, but it's all very, very down here, right? It's all very believable and very grounded and very well done. It's all still very much a war and politics story, right? Except for those last 6 or 7 missions. I forget the number. I can look it up. I find myself wishing you would learn from the Berlian's dignity and sense of restraint. 2 qualities you don't have particularly possess in any measure. In fact, you have too much of their opposites. You say that, but these qualities are the only weapon I have. I don't have much that allow me to compete against the Chancellor. I need to use what little happens to be tucked in my corner as best I can. Have there been any changes to our plans? None. We should be able to proceed as arranged. 3 days ago, the Chancellor left the capital on a tour of Eastern Erabonia. Tomorrow you'll be returning there aboard the Arcee while he's still out in the east. All this need to be made wherever I return have been given proper notice. Your arrival in Erabonia will make a real impact, of that I'm certain. What potential obstructions to the plan are there present? Nothing major. There's been some movements in the Intelligence Division's 4th subdivision, but not much. There's a chance everyone's being cautious because the Arcee is involved. But I put greater odds in the idea that everyone's just treating it like a pompous performance by you, and not taking it seriously. Oh, they'd be right to. It is. I have no choice but to start here, even if it means I have to use Liberal. If I'm going to put on a show, I want to put on the finest one to the sky has ever seen. Oh my god, Evo, you missed it. You missed 3 negatives to gameplay for Blackjack. Actually cussed. Sorry to trouble you at this late hour, Your Highness. A message has arrived for you from Heimdallr. What do you have me do? Alright, come in. Lecter? I've been exceptionally busy with work since this morning, I'm afraid. I'd hope to be able to come and see you earlier since you'll be leaving tomorrow. I'm terribly sorry for not being able to. Oh, never mind that. If the work of yours is done now, we 3 can enjoy some sensual quality time for the remainder of the night. What was the message from the Capital Secretary? They've acknowledged receipt of His Highness's message. However, they didn't anticipate you might be able to arrive all the way from Granzil in less than half a day. As such, they're currently in a minor panic trying to make sure everything's ready for the ceremony tomorrow. That doesn't come as a surprise. Nothing like the Arcee when it comes to speed. How cruel you are both for so deftly ignoring my proposal. Although it sounds as though the stage will be set in time. I need to decide on an outfit that'll leave everyone's jaw on the floor to sweeten the arrival. Perhaps a glistening coat, white loincloth. That'd make a grand impact. I almost wish I could go along and see it myself. Please don't encourage him. It's a remarkable promise for someone so young. We say to coming back in the Arcee with me. I'd welcome your company. Your work here in Liberal is just about as done as it is, isn't it? Your offer is certainly tempting, but I'm afraid I have another job to take care of soon. Thought is appreciated, of course. Really? Well, that's a shame. Good luck with that next job of yours. Well, if you'll excuse me. So, that is the second Secretary-Elector Arundel? It's safe to assume he's one of the Chancellors? Oh, definitely. He came through Hakken Gate on foot and took up his new position at the embassy a month ago. Right around the same time we headed to the Library Arc aboard the RSA. There's no way that could possibly be a coincidence. No, it couldn't. The most likely possibility seems to be that he's part of the Intelligence Division. You sure you're not doing anything regarding him, Al, this time is a good idea? Oh, absolutely. We need some way to find out what the Chancellor's up to. We'll probably get some kind of reaction from the Chancellor through his reports at some point. Probably in about 2 weeks when the Chancellor's tour is finished. You planned that far along. You planned that far ahead all along, had you? Well, in that case, I'll be sure we're ready. I'll be counting on you, love. Oh, something better. Not really, it's just the moon came out. What a beautiful full moon it is. If you say so, buddy. Looks like someone poked a hole in the sky. Looks like putting a smile on your face is a little more often isn't the only thing Liberal's done for you. It's opened up your eyes to life's natural beauty as well. In all seriousness, we'll have to do all we can to come back and see it one day. Well, we're both still alive. The end. Not, of course. Of course it's not. Your Majesty, Your Highness, I humbly thank you both for your generous hospitality during my stay in your fine. You're even gracious enough to humor my brazen request of escorting me back to Heimdall aboard the Arsay. Instead, I owe you will be repaid many times over in the future. Rest assured of that. Oh, you needn't think of anything as think of this as anything we went out of our way for. Escorting an honored state guest back home is a matter of course. Particularly a guest to whom we owe a great debt of gratitude. If you ever have the opportunity, please come back to Liberal in the future. I imagine Estelle and Josh will be back by then too. I'll be able to give a nice warm welcome. I'm already excited for my next visit. Have they left the country yet, by the way? They're busy getting ready to leave over in Roland at the moment. I plan to see them off when the time comes. So this is before the cutscene we already saw with Estelle and Joshua, of course. Incidentally, while the ruins of Hamel are currently sealed off, I'll do what I can on my end to ensure they are allowed inside. Could I trouble you to pass that along to them? Certainly. Thank you very much, Your Highness. Nothing of it. It's the least I can do after all they've done for me. I owe you a great deal as well, Cassius. If not for your assistance, stopping the armored division from crossing into Liberal wouldn't have been as simple as it was. I'd say the same to you. Still, as I'm sure you're aware, that outcome will have been well within the realm of possibility for the Chancellor. I doubt he was even surprised by the incident. Really? Most likely not. Ereboni had nothing at all to gain from using that situation to occupy Liberal. So not to the extent it would be worth going out of the way to develop inefficient steam tanks. The only reason I could see for him doing what he did was a show of power to surrounding nations, a statement that even without orbital power, Erebonia's army could still act. I suspect that was his true aim all along. Frickin' Bismarck. The orbital shutdown phenomenon was a complete unknown to the rest of the continent. It might never occur again, but there's always a chance it might, whether it's here or somewhere else entirely. I hear the Empire only built a relatively small number of tanks, too, certainly not enough to launch a full-scale invasion. By the sounds of it, they were just put together in Reinford's factories using parts intended for orbital tanks. But as it stands, the know-how to put together tanks like that only exists in the Empire. And in these unpredictable times, no other nation has the time or resources to develop extremely inefficient, steam-powered weaponry. In a sense, because of what just happened, the Imperial Army's effect as a deterrent is even greater than ever. He's using war as a diplomatic tool, and very effectively at that. That's even occurred to me. I have a long way to go before I'm fit to be the ruler of this country. Don't beat yourself over to her. He's no ordinary foe, even to the most hardened of veterans. The Chancellor always seems to be thinking several steps ahead of the rest of the world. It's an impressive, no matter what we may think of his actual ideas. I'm quite the reckless fool to be challenging him, if I say so myself. It'd be silly, Your Highness. How can you say that with a smile on your face is utterly beyond me? You should focus on building yourself a strong foothold to begin with. I do hope you'll be careful. No matter what may occur, be sure not to lose sight of exactly where you stand. Oh man, could you imagine if they killed off Oliver? Don't spoil, but they'd never, right? They never kill him off. But they should. If I were to go and bring shame upon myself now, I'd be wasting all the effort involved in escorting me back home. Be sure to take what you have said to heart. Excuse me, Your Majesty? Yes. Hilda, what's the matter? My apologies, it's just a guest arrived all of a sudden at the castle. Ordinarily, I would not have rushed in while you were meeting with others, but the visitor's so irregular, I thought you knew it at once. The visitor said he would like to greet you as well, not just Her Majesty. What? Hilda, who is this visitor? He introduced himself as Chancellor Gileath Osborne of the Erebonian Empire. So this is our first time seeing him. We've actually been hearing about him for a while. It's an honor to be granted a personal audience. I'm Gileath Osborne, representative of the Imperial Government. My apologies for the abrupt intrusion. So you're Chancellor Osborne. It's a pleasure to see you again as well, Your Highness. It has been a year since we last met, has it not? I hope these passing months have seen you well. Yeah, a year sounds about right. Still, well, I hope you'll forgive me for asking, what did prompt some of your stature to appear at the castle without warning? I'd very much like to hear your side of the story. My apologies, Your Highness. You see, these past few days I've been touring Eastern Erebonia on routine inspections. It's been going very smoothly, more so than I initially anticipated. I had enough free time in my schedule to pay a cordial visit. My, is that so? Naturally, I would have preferred to come here while the crisis was still unfolding, like you yourself did, Your Highness. Unfortunately, the confusion in southern Erebonia was simply too pressing a matter. I had no choice but to deal with that first. This is the first chance that presented itself to come here and meet directly with Her Majesty, so I acted with the utmost expediency. Hope you'll forgive my lack of proper decorum and failing to give advance notice of my arrival. That does make sense, at least. Regardless, please don't concern yourself with me. No doubt you wish to offer your greeting to Her Majesty. My thanks, Your Highness. Well then, allow me to extend my most heartfelt greetings to both of you, Queen Alicia, Princess Claudia. It's abundantly clear the crisis that unfolded here has been quite the ordeal for yourselves and for your nation's people. You have my deepest sympathies for the hardships you have endured, as well as my commendation for bringing the situation under control. Thank you for your kind words, Your Excellency. If anything, we should be apologizing to you for the fact that the southern side of your nation was caught up in what should have been our problem. We should be the ones going to you, rather than having to trouble yourself to come all the way to Liberl. I beg you accept our apologies, together with my deepest thanks for coming here today. I would never ask for apologies. I've heard what happened with the work of a shadowy organization stirring up trouble within your borders. While I meant well by sending the military force to aid you, I wouldn't have done something so careless had I known the truth of the matter. My actions were rash. Foolish, even. I was rightfully reprimanded by His Imperial Majesty for them. Fortunately, His Highness the Prince was able to act with all due haste to put right my misstep before even greater harm was undone. I owe you a great debt of gratitude for that, Your Highness. Congratulations, beside, for your part in bringing an end to the crisis. Oh, I did nothing out of the ordinary. I had a lot of help from Her Majesty, Her Highness, and Brigadier General Bright here, too. Bright, you say? It's a pleasure to meet you, Your Excellency. I am Cassius Bright, Brigadier General in the Liberalian Royal Army. Ha 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 ha. Oh, the pleasure's all mine, I assure you. Your name is rather well known, even in the Empire. Not as much as yours is known here, I would imagine. It's an honor to be able to speak with you in person. It's certainly a surprise to be able to, though. Coming on a whim can't have been easy for a man as busy as yourself. It sounds as though I may have underestimated just how capable you truly are. Oh, not at all. I was greatly impressed to see the Royal Army's effectiveness in dealing with the tumult here. Your forces have proven powerful, yet flexible, capable of dealing with emergencies ably, decisively. I might go so far as to say it embodies an ideal that the Imperial Army, with its swollen ranks, can never hope to realize. You flatter us, Your Excellency. For your part, I hear you were responsible for the establishment of the Imperial Army's famed intelligence division. Our armory is in desperate need of a new one of its own, so I find myself quite envious. It almost sounds like those two of us. It almost sounds as though the two of us want what the other has. It does. May I ask, Excellency, what will you be doing now? For my part, I'm intending to leave Liberal today, so I'm afraid I won't be around much longer. Yeah, so I've been told. I believe you're intending to make your grand arrival on Heimdallr aboard the famous Arcee. I'm impressed you're already aware. I almost wish I could return to Ereboni on board it alongside you. But alas, I'm afraid I have other business demanding my attention after I'm finished here. I'll be leaving Liberal separately this afternoon. It's a shame. I'd very much like you to invite you to this evening's banquet. Please, you need not go to such troubles on my account. I feel as though I put you through quite enough showing up unannounced as I did, to say nothing of dining with such esteemed company. Still, I do have some time before the airship I'll be on is due to depart. That being the case, might I ask for a little of your time, Your Highness? I have a few things I'd like to discuss with you personally. I like Mueller's reaction to that, which is literally just ... Very well. I have some matters I'd actually like to discuss personally with you as well. What a fortuitous coincidence. I'll have a room arranged for the two of you to have our discussion then. Hilton, if you would, please. Certainly, Your Majesty. Hold on. I already like Osborne. Immediately. That he makes an impression. So Beckman, I know that voice. I know that name. Hang on. What has Peter Beckman been? I know he's the modern voice of Zangief. I know he's the voice of Golbez. Honestly, I could just stop there. Looks like that's kind of it. He hasn't done much. Yeah, aka deeper than I'm managing. Out of curiosity, one second. Ooh, Lacey Johnson did the song. Oh man, I want something non-spoiler. I wanted to hear his voice. Whatever. I don't want to spoil anything, so I'll leave my curiosity at the side. Yeah, all of a sudden, Osborne. Yeah, lore typing really quick here. Have some rain. Sleep, Bluebird, sleep. Okay, fine. Just for you. Just for you. It's obvious Her Majesty is quite the tea fancier. If this blend is anything to go by. Its fragrance, the temperature, the taste. I'd be hard-pressed to find fault with any of it. I've always been more of a coffee man myself, but I have no doubt that I'd be content with a cup of this at my desk every morning. As much as I agree with you, I don't believe we're here to talk about beverages. Shall we get right to the point? What did you want to discuss with me? I see your sojourn at Liberal has proven most fruitful. Pardon? When we last spoke, you struck me as a bright, flexible young man, and no doubt you still are, but now I see a resilient inner strength girding those aspects. I'm sure His Majesty will be most delighted with your personal development. Meanwhile, you're the same fearless man I've always known you to be. More so, even. A crushing aura about you seems to have only grown with time. So if you feed on the resentment of those who live in the territories you annex. Such harsh words, Your Highness. Personally, I prefer the term political unification. Annex can carry such negative connotations, you know. Since the end of the 100 Days' War, our army hasn't committed a single act of aggression. All our unifications have been entirely peaceful. Oh, you're quite right about that, on the surface. Oh. It's amazing how similar the annexation process is every single time it happens. It starts with a small nation or independent state with an array of problems beyond repair. Those problems start to worsen, after which Jaegers and other dangerous elements enter, plunging public order to an all-time low. Desperate for a solution, the local government requests the help of the Imperial Army, and before they know it, they're part of the Empire. Well, it's not as though I can deny what you're saying. Each instance does share certain commonalities. Still, it's to be expected, an inevitable consequence of the age of unchecked growth and progress in which we live. The Imperial Army is simply acting in the Empire's best interests. Helping to stabilize our neighbors is for the good of the Empire. It's understandable that they would. I find myself rather curious why the Intelligence Division members are going to such nations with such peculiar frequency. Well, before the problems I described worsen, no less. I won't press as to where you came by such information, as curious as I am. But I will say this, at its most basic level, these actions are about risk management. It's because we've been acting to minimize such risks beforehand that the army has been able to successfully quell each problem in turn. With a small price of earning the disdain of the people in those nations and an increasing risk of terrorism in exchange. To tell you the truth, I'm rather astounded you had the courage to come here to Liberal all on your own to begin with. After all, you've made yourself the biggest target for terrorists in all of Erebonia. Oh, your concern is touching, Your Highness. I would ask you do not trouble yourself with my safety. I employ some very skilled subordinates tasked primarily with eliminating the risk of terrorist attacks against me. Really now? That Lecter is one of those, I assume. A rather peculiar fellow, isn't he? But a useful one all the same. Working out the scheduling for this trip and taking all the necessary precautions to ward off terrorist threats are both his doing. And thanks to his commendable efforts, I can depart for Crossbell free from worries as soon as I finish my business here. Crossbell? Are you surprised? I'll be participating in a top-secret discussion with a representative of the Crossbell government. Recently, a large amount of funding has been flowing into the country through the Republican channels, putting our allies on the defensive. I'd always meant to visit at some point. This seems like the perfect opportunity. Are you out of your mind? Crossbell's full of enemies and different factions at each other's throats. Here it's a hotbed for terrorists and criminal organizations because of its position as a buffer state. Does that really sound like a place the Erebonian Chancellor should be going in an unofficial visit? I'm surprised to hear you advocating caution in the face of potential danger, Your Highness. After all, it was you who flew into an ancient city at great risk to your own safety, and returned unharmed after surveying it. For to such rousing risk-taking, my visit will be child's play. As I'm sure you're aware, you're regarded as something of a hero in Erebonia now. To see a hero make a grand return befitting his newly minted legend, and aboard the famous Arsene, no less. Naturally, our hero has also taken the time to ensure that every well-known newspaper and magazine are aware of his homecoming, too. Oh, I have no doubt your triumphant revival will be every bit as glorious as it played out in your imaginings, Your Highness. Do be sure to capitalize on this chance as best as you can to build yourself a firm foothold. I expect great things from you, after all. Scree. See? Hey, buddy. You haven't changed a bit, huh? Scree, scree, scree. Scree, scree, scree. Really? Sounds like a ton's happened, huh? It's nice to see you and your master doing alright. Because Osborn's outplaying him beautifully. So, Osborn was actually quite overt in that scene. I should probably process that a little bit. He just laid out his cards on the table saying, hey, so, hi, yeah, I know what you're doing. I know why you're doing it. I wish you well. You're gonna need it. Is the basics of what he just said. He also decided to drop his own bombshell. Oliver's own intelligence isn't exactly bad, but it's very clear that his trip to Crossbell actually caught Oliver by surprise. And I have a feeling we'll find out, since the next games are the Crossbell duology, as to where exactly that's going. But if I was in the moment, which I suppose I am, because I haven't seen anything after this point in time, I would say that Osborn has something solid in Crossbell, probably related to the upcoming Crossbell games, and he's going to grab it and leverage it as quickly as he possibly can, because the Crossbell problem has been an issue historically for years at this point. It's one of the reasons that there's so much strife between the two nations, or I guess 3 nations. That throws Oliver, because Oliver feels like he's got a nice beginning of building a popularity base to try and get more people on his side. In fact, I don't even know this, but I'm guessing right now that Class 7 was Oliver's idea to some extent or another, as a way to try and get more people either directly loyal to him, or more people more in line with his way of thinking directly involved in the military. Because we mentioned earlier that Osborn has control of a huge portion of the military. So, in other words, everything Oliver is doing is something Osborn's aware of. Osborn's doing something Oliver isn't aware of. Come at me, bro. Also, plus to story, because that was a good scene. Sorry, hang on, I'm going to type for a second. Let's try a slightly different rain. Oh, that's not rain at all. That's not rain at all. That is a good question, Blade Duval. Honestly, I would still probably swing towards Osborn on that, but that's only with what I know now. Remember, I know very little about the Cold Steel series, so pretty much all my information at this point comes from the games we've been playing over the last couple of weeks. That's a good question, Blade Duval. Okay. Back to the game. You know who Osborn reminds me of the most? I know I keep comparing him to Bismarck, But really? He reminds me of Tarkin. No, hang on. Let me explain that a little bit. I don't mean in terms of being, like, horrifically evil. That's. I don't mean in terms of character. I mean in terms of role. Tarkin was a big fish. This is true in the EU and in the AU. Tarkin was the Grand Moff. Pretty much the one who invented the concept of the Grand Moffs. Very high tier. But ultimately, he was still just a dude, right? If anything went wrong at any point in time, his plans fell apart immediately. And that happened multiple times. Like him losing Akbar, for example. Yeah, exactly. Blade 12. Yeah, I get the exact same vibe from Osborn. He probably is functionally the pipeline to the Emperor. And that makes him kind of in charge. You know? When you're the only one who can control who talks to the guy in charge, you're in charge. Yeah, he also has been very regimental, clearly, in his expansions. Yeah, no, Osborn's a politician. Thrawn's biggest weakness was that he was a terrible politician. By contrast, Tarkin was a great politician who had no head for military tactics. They're actually kind of a flip of that, if you think about it. I guess that's it. It strikes me that Osborn is the kind of person... He's the kind of character I really like. It's nice to have someone to be scared of who doesn't have superpowers, you know what I mean? Now, this is anime, so clearly he does have superpowers, but at the least at the moment, I can pretend he doesn't, right? No, that was a great introduction, Easel, legitimately. Shows up out of nowhere, on the fly, just walks right up to the Queen and Crown Princess, and Prince, and just kind of lays out there perfectly everything he needs to say. Just, hi, I need to talk to you, Your Majesty. Oh, yeah, okay. Goes and drags Oliver over the side, and then smashes over him politically as well. True, Blade Jabal. Anyways, so, Lecter. I pray I'm not causing any trouble by taking a tour of the castle like this. The view from this terrace certainly is beautiful, isn't it? Yeah, that's another thing. You notice that what he just did was an offensive maneuver, right? I don't mean, like, offensive. I mean, it was an offense. He attacked when his opponent had no idea who was coming. He had time to prepare his strategy, his speech, his words, his actions. Oliver could only react to that. All of the advantages, like the blackjack earlier, all of the advantages were Osborn's. So how'd you end up working for Chancellor Osborn? I'm sorry, I haven't the faintest idea what you mean. You perchance mistake me for someone else? Your name is Lecter Arundel. You were the student council president at Genesis Royal Academy, which you attended before suddenly leaving 2 years ago. So no, I'm not mistaking you for someone else. Ah, that's where you're wrong, because my name is actually Lecter Arundel. Certainly see how our names could be mixed up ever. They are scarily close. Still, now you know. Please, just call me Lech. You're not joking around with me, Lecter. You have any idea how worried all of us were when you disappeared without a word? You submitted your notice to leave the academy and then were never seen again. Even the otherwise calm Leo let out a cry of anger when he found out. All Lucy could do was give a sad smile and say this is just like him, with tears in her eyes. Jill and Hans were heartbroken. So was I. After all that, after all the time, you finally show yourself knowing full well I'm here, and this is how you act? By pretending to be someone else? Lecter, sorry, no need for the scary glare. You're still taking things way too seriously. Looks like it'll take more than stepping up as Crown Princess to change that part of you. But, you know, seeing you makes me feel kind of relieved. I always figured if someone like you became Crown Princess, you'd have virtually no freedom to do anything other than work. From all that's reached my ears, it sounds like you're doing alright for yourself. You made even great new friends after I left the academy, didn't you? Nice. Sure did. Nonetheless, it's thanks to you I was able to change it all. Was it? I never got the chance to thank you properly after you left. We can do this one without doing the Chloe one, I just realized that. Do I get a kiss? You do not. I may feel respect towards you, but nothing romantic. Aw, that's a bummer. There was me, all taken in by how pretty you'd become, wondering if this could be the start of something downright magical. What happens instead? My dreams of romance and smooches are crushed to nothing before they can even begin. You know what? You know you don't need to worry about it. You're looking very sharp, though. Surprising to see. I've never seen it before today. It was that heavily frayed uniform worn in the most sloppy way imaginable. I think you'll find I was merely making a fashion statement. It wasn't laziness or sloppiness. Every part of it was carefully calculated and considered to have maximum effect. The scary thing is, I actually believe you. always seemed as if you cared for nothing but having fun and causing trouble, yet when I was down to it, you were wise beyond your years. I finally seen part of the reason behind that today. I'll ask you again, how did you end up working for Osborne? What happened to you between submitting your notice and leaving the academy and now? Oh, hang on. I mean, Lecter strikes me as a spy. He's ambivalent, probably sociopathic, and extremely intelligent and observant. He also plays everything off as if it's a joke. Yeah. I actually agree with Bladesival. I feel like Oliver probably could hang with Osborne, but Osborne, he feels like a steam train, right? Like, the train's already going. That momentum is still pushing. Oliver's just now getting started, really. See you around, push-ups. I have to admit, I never imagined that would be the case. On the contrary, I was expecting you to tell me to back off. Oh, ideas forbid. What reason would I have to suggest such a thing? After all, at the end of the day, our positions are functionally the same. I'm not sure I understand. Do you not think so? Personally, I find it difficult to believe you would not harbor some hatred towards Erebonia as it is today. A grand empire clinging to the glories of bygone era, ruled by nobility, shackled by meaningless conventions. Am I wrong? People call me the Blood and Iron Chancellor as though I hold the whole of Erebonia in the palm of my hand. In reality, my position is far more tenuous. I have supporters and allies in the capital, certainly, but outside its walls, the nobility holds more sway than any of them. Well, it is true, I hold a great amount of power in the form of the army, even then I only truly command around 70% of it. The remainder is loyal to the nobility, who also maintain their own private armies. But those that factored in my advantage shrinks substantially. So you see, I'm very much in the midst of a battle to truly exert control. Which is why you're building railways all over the country to expand your area of influence. And you've been annexing new territory to that same end. As I've long thought, you clearly understand me better than anyone else. That's why I'll say this once again. Work with me, Highness. With your support, our nation will be able to bring about real reform. Faster than ever. The noble faction, bloated with centuries of decadence, can be stopped before they even have a chance to unify against us. Surely that's what you desire more than anything. Let me ask one simple question, Chancellor. What connection do you have with Ouroboros? Afraid I'm not quite sure what you're asking. I will say this, however. I am a firm believer in using every resource at my disposal in the name of achieving reform. That's the way I believe in handling politics. Yeah, real politic. Thanks for that invention, Bismarck. I see. Well, it certainly does seem as though we would see eye to eye in many ways, and that's all the more reason I'm afraid I must refuse your offer. Is that so? Yes, I find it difficult to like the rotten noble faction that exists in the Empire. Or perhaps you're right that hate is the more appropriate word. My feelings of fear towards your methods are far greater than my feelings of hate towards the nobles. What you seem to be doing is trying to compel Erebonians with a delusive utopia to whip them into an enthusiastic frenzy. No doubt by successfully convincing the people the Old Guard will fall into the metaphorical firestorm created, and yet by then the gears will have already begun turning. There will be no satisfying a roused populace with a thirst for revolution. The storm will just keep growing larger, more ravenous, engulfing anything and everything in its wake. You know this, don't you? But of course, it's what I intend to happen. It's the first stage of my reforms. Yeah, that's right. He's trying to set off the Red Revolution. I'd be more than happy to share further details with you if you decide to work with me, Your Highness. In the meantime, I wish you well in strengthening your foothold back in the Empire. Of course, if that's your intention, you'll find it a necessity to work with those nobles you so despise. You truly do see through everything, don't you? Well, that sounds like the noon bell. Yeah, ship should be arriving shortly. Which means it's time for me to take my leave, I'm afraid. I look forward to seeing you in the capital again in 2 weeks' time. Yeah, Oliver is Olivert, excuse me, I'm screwing up their names now. Specifically doesn't want a French Revolution. Osborne is actively and knowingly driving towards it. Yeah, by the way, the Red Revolution... I might be misnaming it. It's one of the first of the... They had like 5 revolutions in Russia. You know what I'm talking about, right? There was this really, really tumultuous, horrifically nightmarish time in between, you know, the Russian Empire and the Soviet Union. And there's this one revolution, which I think was the first or the second, which was really, really bloody. Yeah, like I said, I think I'm getting my names wrong, but you get the idea. It's clear that Osborne is driving for, you know, to put it into technical terms. What's wrong? You look awfully tired. Yeah, by the way, what Easel pointed out is worth noting. Osborne, for basically the first time in the entire franchise, no, excuse me, second and third time for the entire franchise, managed to make Olivert's mask crack twice in one conversation. Yeah. And yeah, the more I'm hearing this, the more this sounds Russian than German. This sounds like Olivert is dancing between the Bolsheviks and the Romanovs. I'm feeling odd. I'm feeling odd anew at what monster I decided to pick a fight with. Whoops. I think it's probably about time for the Earship wrap. I'm gonna have to stop you there and get going. See you, Sieg. Next time I see you, I'll bring you some Erebonian salami as a souvenir, okay? Scree! Wait, you plan to just disappear without telling me a second time? Okay, got an impression. Important question for you. Did you fall in love with someone while I was away? Huh? Hit the nail on the head, huh? That's so cute. First love, right? How's that feel? Heart aflutter 1 minute, end of the world the next. Don't you dare start teasing me. But you're right, I did. He rejected me in the very spot. This very spot. Wait, you're joking, right? That's a coincidence I didn't see coming. I'm not so sure about that. It feels like you know everything sometimes. He is a spy. I'm happy for you, Chloe. Knowing the pain of lost love is what makes a girl blossom. You feel the whole experience let you get a step closer to the person you want to be? Well, what about you? You feel you're getting close to the person you want to be? By being at the Chancellor's side? I don't do that when I don't have a person I want to be to begin with. I'm just sticking with him because it feels like it'll be fun. No, that's not the vibe I get from you at all, Lecter. I think you're a loyalist. I don't know your reasons, and I kinda don't care, but I bet you money, don't confirm or deny this, I bet you money that Lecter is legitimately loyal to Osborne. You know what I mean, right? Actual loyalty. Not loyalty to a cause, not loyalty to a paycheck, but loyal to a person. The Prince is proving surprisingly capable, but he hasn't met he isn't a match for the Chancellor. Tell him to watch his back. He doesn't get swallowed up by the monster after he gets tired of dancing. Yeah. That's an interesting question, Lord Aramont. Yeah, the French Revolution comparison certainly is apt, because the French Revolution was violent, bloody, and terrible until a dictator showed up. And dictate he did. Yeah, exactly, Blakeville. That's the same vibe I get. I mean, it's so easy to presume that you hate the Erebonian nobility, right? This is going toward Remiferia. Interesting. I mean, honestly, I guess the Soviet Union was kind of the same way, wasn't it? It just took longer. So that was the Blood and Iron Chancellor. Can't believe he actually went out of his way to use a civilian airship when he probably has a private one of his own. I heard rumors about how out of the ordinary he is, but he lives up to all of them. Yeah, he's not a typical noble, and that's dangerous. Nobles are fops, right? Rich, gluttonous, evil assholes. They are, frankly, easy to control for anybody who has real power. The rich have always been easy to control, as weird as that sounds. You get someone like that in charge? Cool. Him aside, thanks for coming all this way to see me off, Shiro. No, exactly, Zard. That's my point. Osborne is not a noble. I mean, actually, we literally know he's a commoner. They mentioned that earlier. But what I mean by that is I don't think he falls into that category, that mindset, right? Osborne, frankly, reminds me more of Mengsk than anyone else. Feels like I'm going to have the last chance to get another... except smarter. Mengsk was good, but Osborne feels better. Then again, Mengsk was able to hang against the Protoss and the Zerg for years, so... Just saying. Anyways. Feels like it's going to be the last chance we get to see one another for a while after. Rather unfortunate as my dream is, and always was, to live my days in a lap of luxury surrounded by women as beautiful as you. Good luck with that. Change the subject. Who was the young man at the Chancellor's aid? He didn't strike me as your ordinary guy. Oh, you could tell. But of course, I'd say I'm used to running into people who are out of the ordinary at this point. We've surely fought enough of them. Yeah, see, the thing is, Mengsk... I know this sounds strange, considering the setting, but Mengsk was a barbarian king. A populist through and through who know how to be exactly as brutal as he needed to be to make things get done. And the problem is Mengsk does have a brain. He is smart. But he cannot stop being the hothead brutalist. He can't stop being a barbarian. Osborne strikes me as a much calmer Mengsk, who knows how to put the mission and the goal before whatever his personal wants are, which makes him even more dangerous. Anyways. Lecter Erndl, secretary, blah blah blah. Apparently he's the one who planned out all the details of the Chancellor's visit. I can't pretend to know much regarding his background, but he's exceptionally skilled at what he does. Actually, I know a little. Explain. Unbelievable. Someone connected to the Chancellor visited Liberal first. He's very likely to have his own veritable information network established here long before I even came up with the idea. Yeah, probably one connected to the casino. I think it's safe for us to assume that's the case. Which means it's safe to assume he knows every detail about what's happened here since. From the coup, to the crisis, to the Oriole. All of it. This man gets more unbelievable by the minute. Yeah, he's the bad guy. Don't answer this. He's the bad guy of Cold Steel, right? Like, that's gonna be the thing. Until it turns out to be, like, Mecha Devil or something. He actually gave me a message to pass on to you earlier, too. Watch your back so you don't get swallowed up by the monster when you get tired of dancing. He sure knows how to sting where it hurts, doesn't he? I feel like I can see a whole new world of pleasure opening before my eyes. He should know better. Getting outdone at every turn like this really is not my style. What do you mean? Captain Schwartz, I have a little favor I'd like to ask for while we're in the air. True, Blitterville. Oh. Yeah, gotta have the power move. I'm rather impressed with how Prince Olivert has come along. No matter how he chooses to act from here on, he will have his uses to be certain. You would say that, given what you think of everyone as you pawns. There's me, the Prince, the Society. Indeed. And I am much the same. We're but pawns of the vast game board that is the Empire, where a thrill like no other will take my place. It's because you too wish to see how that game plays out you've chosen to stand with me, is it not? Well, how can I say? Don't forget this piece right here might not be loyal forever. And such a betrayal will be perfectly fine by me. Or did you honestly think I never considered the possibility it may happen? Just thought I'd come out and say it. How are the other Ironbloods doing? The what? They're all doing very well by the sound of it. At the rate things are going, there's a chance that the Prince's efforts will be for naught. Perhaps I ought to hold back on them a little. Ugh, you don't pull any punches, do you? You know something? I wouldn't write him off so easily if I were in your shoes. God, that is dangerously close. What? those look like? Rose petals? Look at the one at the right hand of the ship. You'll be able to see the famous high-speed cruiser, the Arcee. You've been informed it's on its way to the Imperial capital with Prince Oliver of the Erebonian Empire on board. But he's also given us a message to relay to all the passengers on board today. I give thanks to Ideos for the good fortune to have been able to meet with you today. May your journey be filled with beautiful roses and her blessings. Yeah, exactly, Bragwin. Called it immediately. This marks the end of his message. Power move. Nice, big, public flex. Made sure he had an audience, too. Never thought there was a bigger dumbass in this world than me, yet here we are. Very well, debaucherous prince. Look forward to seeing what you can do. Show me how long you can hold out against me. Oh, hey, and we're done. I'm thinking 15 negatives for that one, obviously. No, okay, real talk, and I mean this for just a second. For, I think, actually the first time that had no filler. Did you catch that? Even the Chloe one, which was one of the better ones so far, still had filler segments, right? That was just solid. Thank you, Doralis, for the sub, as always. I will put that towards Expedition 33, ESO, and Donkey Kong. Bonanza. That's true. It also didn't rehash stuff we already knew. So no empty text, no rehashing, no spinning wheels, right? No reverting character arcs to the point of aggravation. It was just... Where the hell has that been this whole game? That's an optional store, too. Like, okay, whatever. Yeah, like, to go back to something I think Blade Deval mentioned earlier, these doors are basically guild quests from Oblivion, right? The very definition of Prime Opt. At least they're supposed to be. Okay. I've actually lost track of where I was and all that. We had just gotten here. Oh, God, freaking Blackjack. Oh, my God. And now I want to kill the world again. Okay, hang on. Before I kill the world, hang on. Where am I? All right, so let's go back here. The whole world, the whole thing. Get out of my party.
Right.
Look, I'm going to cause such a firestorm that the world will have no choice but to move forward. Revolution will be on everyone's lips. Along with the Switch 3, which I'll give everyone for free if they support me. And donuts. Just saying, donuts and Switches if you support me. Anybody? Any takers? Alright. Real quick alike, right? I just want to see. Let's go ahead and switch to Ren as our support while we're here. I'm gonna do this once. Once! Wait, what? What? Why can't I go in? I actually think I know why, and that's extremely stupid, game. Yeah, I apparently have to equip it on someone who's in the party, which is extremely stupid! God, I hate this door so goddamn much. Where's that stupid frickin' thing? There it is. Actually, yeah, let's test. Does it need to be in the inventory? That's actually a good question. Can't skip the text as it's slowing through the screen. Oh my god, okay, so I can have it just in the inventory. But if it's equipped on someone not in the party, screw you, apparently. Jesus Christ, this game. Blah, 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 blah. I'm gonna kill Gambit. Gonna rip his head off and feed it to him. Boop, 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 boop. I'm gonna hold him down, pry out his eyes with a spoon, and then feed them to him. Okay, so stand, because we got 20. Hit, because we have 15. Stand, because we have 18. Lose, because she got 19. I hate this game. I hate this game. I hate this game. Stand on 17. That's an old rule. It exists for a reason. Lose because she got an 18. Stand on 21. Win. Hit on 8. Hit on 14. Stand on 21. Because it's slower, you twit! Sorry, I'm not calling you a twit. I'm trying to... I don't remember the exact quote. I don't remember the exact quote. Hit on 12. And we've gone over. We busted. So we've lost. So it is literally down to the last match again. Hit on 15. Ugh! Hit on 16. And bust. Okay, we both busted. Okay, that's not terrible. We have literally one more chance again. Hit on 8. Hit on 16. And bust. And we lose! Yes! We did it! We lost! Again! Because this game sucks! God damn it! What does lowering the difficulty even do? Hit on 13. Stand on 19. Draw. Hit on 9. Stand on 19. Okay, win. Make her cheat less. Is that actually true, or are we just presuming? I looked earlier. I couldn't find a lot of info on this game specifically, because most of the info was for SC's Blackjack. Hit on 16. Stand on 18. Draw on 18. God damn this game to hell. God damn this game to the furthest pits. Oh. Hit. And bust. Okay, we both busted. Jesus Christ. Hit on 9. Hit on 11. Hit on 14. Oh, yeah, that was awful. I knew that was coming, too. Draw. What is going on here? Okay, hang on. Why does it have to be frickin' blackjack? Okay, hit on 6. Hit on 11. Stay on 21. Stand on 21. Draw on 21! Draw on 21! Do you understand that? Do you understand how this works? God damn it! Okay, hit on 16, and we're bust. And they win. So, okay, cool. Hit on 12, stand on 20. Oh my god, we lost on 20. We lost on 20. Okay. Okay. Hit on 10. Hit on 12. Stand on 21. Win. Christ. I've seen Mario Kart games with less cheating than this. Hit on 15. Bust. Draw on bust. Okay, I can accept that. Oh my god. We still have to win twice, by the way. Okay, hit on 12. Hit on 15. This stay on 17. Okay, that I just felt it. I just felt it coming. For reference, if this game is correct, as in if it's programmed correctly, we would have gotten 20 if we had hit. We would have gotten the 3. One more. $17. Oh. And she has a face 10. A facing 10. Visible 10. Not to be confused with a face card. I save state? Please? I just... Okay. Stand. Stay on 17. And we lost. There's no save states. No, there's no save states. I was kidding. So now it's all down to the last match. If you're paying attention, this is the 4th time I've gotten to the point where it's all down to the last match. 9? Okay, so hit on 9. Stay on 19. Oh my god! Oh my god, we did it. We did it. Barely. Barely. Oh my god. That was so close. Yeah, and we get thrown out of the casino because we won. The good news is, to my knowledge, that's it. This guy beat Hallie? My head's throbbing like a... And he's dead. I knew he'd be the one to break it. Poor guy. It's crazy how he's amazingly lucky at gambling and amazingly unlucky at everything else. It's probably less unlucky at him just being out of it. Yeah, why aren't we already at the point where we could save and not ever do this, please? Why do I have to fix the floorboard? Glare. Fine. This sucks. Sorry for the wait. Here's Jack. I was right. This is the guy who wants to take me on. Doesn't look like he's going to put up much of a fight to me. I don't know, man. It only took him like 30 attempts to beat me. Barely. Once. Please don't make me just jump right into it. Girl's about as sexy as a lamppost. What? Okay, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I try not to comment on the relative sexy value of most of these characters. But, like, what's unsexy about Hallie exactly? Because the only thing I could see is her freaking boobs. Yeah, exactly. Like, that... First of all, I've dated a girl who looked like that. She was blonde, but still. She was actually skinnier than that, if you can believe it. Her arms were so tiny, it was always strange to me. Because, you know, I'm a giant. But... yeah, like, I'm sorry. There's nothing unphysically appealing, I'm trying to say this as non-callously or crudely as possible, about her. So what's your issue, dude? Maybe I like lampposts. It really is dumping me right into it, isn't it? It really is. It is. It's just right into poker. Okay. Well, I know poker. I'm actually good at poker. Oh, this is Texas Hold'em. Alright, hold on. Yeah, this looks like a terrible UI. I need water. Hang on, I literally have no water at all right now. And I've been yelling at the screen, which, believe it or not, doesn't help with the whole water thing. I should probably feed it. Give me a sec, give me a sec. It's okay, I'm done yelling, Cat. I'm done yelling, sorry. Copy it. Pocket. I got food, pocket. He's not in here, he's scared. He does not like me yelling. But whenever you want to eat, Pocket, there's some food here. Just saying. Be yours. Butter. Right. My throat's starting to hurt. I just want to clear about something really quick here. If anything goes wrong, I have to redo that blackjack. The game did not allow me to save after succeeding at blackjack. I just want to be really clear about that. Okay, so... I have a really crap hand here. Like if the game crashes right now, right? I have a terrible hand. Let's keep the 9. That's not what I thought that would do. Okay, let's keep nothing then. Okay. So yeah, ace high is what we have. So we lose. Cool. That's not even close to what I wanted to do, but thanks, game. How do I... Oh, god damn it. I have to keep... So, okay. Change is we're done. I don't know why it says change. All hold, I'm going to assume means we don't change any cards, even though that's weird. Raise, I don't know what that means. Fold is obvious, but then to do specific cards, it looks like you do this. What tells raise in this context? Whatever. So obviously we're going to keep the 9 and the 4. 2 pair is an extremely good hand. Well, I'm going to go ahead and raise, because 2 pair is not bad, honestly. And that's all we got, 2 pair. But like I said, 2 pair is a strong hand, so we will do that. Yeah, I actually know poker. In fact, ironically, Texas Hold'em, which is what this is my personal favorite type of poker. I owe it to a friend of mine for introducing me to it. I used to just prefer 5-card draw. 5-card stud's boring. But Texas Hold'em is much better, I think. Okay, so we have a flush, so we're just going to go with that. We're going to raise again, speaking of which. Yeah, no kidding, Easel. Yeah, so we win, of course. You notice I'm crushing him here. I shouldn't have said, I shouldn't have opened my gob. Now I'm going to lose. Okay, so we actually don't have a lot of good options there. That's a bad hand. I'm tempted to fold immediately. So we could go for another flush. We have 3 clubs. The thing is, we would need both of these to come back as clubs. That's actually pretty low odds. We don't even have, like, the beginnings of a straight. Even a queen-high straight isn't going to do much here. Yeah, we're going to just fold. Just straight up. Walk away from that. So we have a pair of 3s and a pair of 2s. So 2 pair is, as usual, good. Oh, we can't fold more than once. That's interesting. So let's keep the 3, keep the 2, swap out the 7, see what happens. 1 card, please, dealer. We get another 7. That's funny. Oh, obviously 3, 2, 3, 2, and we'll keep the jack high. We win, and we're done. First try, legitimately. God, game. You know, I can do poker. I got that. He actually beat Jack, only because he was holding back. You know this is what I do. The same could have been true for his opponent, to be fair. Yeah, you're right. It's a good game, though. Yeah, now you know why I'm not rich. I got thrown out of a casino. Yeah, no. So, some of you probably know this. A lot of my biological family goes to casinos regularly. That's their normal method of entertainment. They go to the slots, and they just sit on the slots for hours at a time. Yeah. Anyways. What is that emote from, Kenixcow? Okay, so that's a good gamble, blah, blah, blah. If you ever feel like you come back, we haven't seen half what you can really do yet. Next time we get beaten too. I'm never playing blackjack again. I mean, pretty much, Rain 36. My biological family are basically mobile gamers, MOBA gamers. And that's part of why it irritates me so much. I also have a near perfect poker face. I've actually talked about this before. Because I play poker to have fun, right? Which means my expression, body language, etc. don't change just regardless of the kind of hand I have, right? In other words, most people, when they cultivate a poker face, they completely do this, right? There's no expression, there's no bodily tics or motion. They try to be as still as possible. Me, I'm just normal. You can't read anything because there's nothing to read. I did it! I crashed Evo's internet. But when I get blackjack. What is that equipment we just got? What is that? Oh, casinos are awful. Are you kidding me? They're weird. I actually know a fairly large amount about casinos because of how much my family goes in and out of them. I got like a Miracle, I think it was? Yeah, there it is. Miracle Ring. A Mirage Ring. Prevents Petrify. Oh my god, that is a really nice ring. I'm gonna give that to Chloe. Yeah. Let's check. So... hard mode thing, which we're not doing. Fisher thing, which we're not doing. Whoops, sorry. That's all the star doors, and that's all the moon doors. Now, if we're going off of this thing, we're missing one moon door, lots of star doors, and one sun door. Down there at 5. You know, I've talked about casinos a lot because of my own experience with it, and every time it comes up on camera, it's interesting to talk about to me because casinos will do a lot to be way more legit than you'd think because they want to be nice and legit when they're ripping your money out of you. They want you to feel safe. They want you to feel comfortable. They want you to feel happy. And so they put a lot of real effort into making sure that all of those things are true. Casinos are very safe for the most part, especially modern casinos. Casinos are also really cheap, really good food, and they're also very safe for families, specifically. And it's all for, like, the worst reasons possible, because they just want you to be in there funneling your money into them as fast as possible. Yeah, they also allow smoking, which I have issues with every single time I go to a casino. Oh, you don't... No, I've done studies on casinos, Blue Wind. Some of my favorite anecdotes about casinos... I'm basically done for the night. I think I'm supposed to leave. So, once you get into the thick of them, like when you get away from the front doors, or the side doors or whatever, look around and try to tell where you are at a glance. Now, unless you have a pretty good sense of navigation and geography, which I admittedly do, you probably have no idea where you are, because they are specifically designed to not have landmarks. So there's nothing really clearly indicating a specific spot you're at in the casino, right? They also like to put up mirrors periodically. Now, there's actually a few relevances to that with regards to security, but for the most part, it's most to make sure that you are constantly looking at the same stuff all over the place. You'll also notice almost every machine will be very loud and happy every time someone wins. That's for 2 reasons, by the way. One, it's for the person sitting at the machine winning, you know, dopamine boost, but it's also for everyone else. That machine's winning over there. And yeah, they also black out the windows. You can see outside, but you have difficulty telling the passage of time. Yeah, you don't hear losing. The losing things are barely emphasized. This is not actually a joke. Let me put this into terms for you, okay? Let's imagine for a moment that you're playing at one of the machines. To be clear, the machines are like the overwhelming majority of a casino. Like 80% of the real estate is dedicated towards the machines, right? So you're at one of the machines, and you've won! Ding, 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 ding. Flashing lights, rotating lights around the edges. Oh my gosh. Chuk, 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 chuk. And it makes sure there's a specific mechanism. If there's physical coins, which most casinos don't do anymore, or if you have the card in, there will be a sound effect playing like the coin chipping thing. You won $500, so it won't be like, ding, here's 500. It'll be like, ding, here's 50, then 100, then 150, then 200. It counts up. Right? So you feel like you've won more. Ching, 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 ching. Make sense? That's if you win. If you lose, this is what happens. Try again. That's it. No music, no fanfare, barely even any sound effects. It also takes literally less than a second to go from losing to trying again, because they want that repeat time. Like, remember we were talking about this during Celeste? When I was talking about time to retry? Remember that? Machines have an extraordinarily low time to retry. They want you to put your next thing in immediately. So you can unironically chonk, chonk, chonk without losing pace. Yeah. She doesn't want to pay taxes on her jackpot. That sucks to be her then, doesn't it? This is just a small smattering of stuff they do. They do lots of things to make sure that you are lost, that you do not notice the passage of time, that you are happy to be there. If you ever wondered why there's so many girls, it's usually scantily clad women. But let's ignore the sex side of it for just a second. Really, because their job is not to be sex appeal. Their job is to bring you drinks for free, it's worth noting. Most casinos will give you free alcohol. Some casinos will give you free food right there at the machine. They'll bring it right to you. Almost every casino will keep track of how much money you spend and or lose. And they will absolutely try to comp you for that. They'll give you free rooms. They'll give you free tickets to the buffet, free tickets to the concert or whatever movies are in there, you know. They will give you stuff for free because that's cheaper for them as long as you keep showing up and keep gambling. Like, my mother once was bragging about how she hasn't had to pay for a hotel in years, and I'm like, Mom, you are spending more money than those hotel rooms to get those free hotel rooms. That's how that works. God. Yeah, no, there's a lot of stuff. Some of it's subtle, some of it's overt. And yeah, a lot of people get stuck into that. Yeah, I don't want to come across as anti-gambling, but fuck gambling. And on that bombshell,